Hi, and welcome to A Punk with Toys, and welcome to the supercut of the ratings of all the G.I. Joe classified figures from 00 Snake Eyes all the way up to 100, the Hiss Driver. Now, I know some of you may be saying, I've already seen these videos, and you may be correct, but I decided to put all 5 videos together, make it about a over 4 hour video, all in its entirety, so you can just kind of sit back and hit play. A lot of people have not seen it. They may be new to the channel, and a lot of people may not have noticed because it went up as a premiere, and I believe YouTube it nerfs when stuff is premiered for some odd reason. But anyway, let's get into it. I want you guys to understand quickly before we start that I rated the video, rated the figures. I didn't rank them. Way different, and I gave them a rating from anywhere from 1 to 10, depending on how they were when they came out, what the paint was, the accessories, and the ratings will change as the figures got better, technology got better, pins came in and out, or shall I say, hopefully went out, and accessories changed and all that good stuff. But anyway, let's get to the first video, and you can just sit back, hit play, and let it play for half of your day or whatever it is. Hi, and welcome to A Punk with Toys. My name is Lawrence, and in this video, I'm starting a new series where I'm going to be rating all the G.I. Joe figures. I'm not ranking them, I'm rating them and what I think they are. And we're going to start with 00 Snake Eyes, and in this video, we're going to go up to number 20. Now, in this video, there's 22 figures. Now, I know people may say 21, that makes sense at 00 Snake Eyes, but I also added in the Regal version of Cobra Commander. I did not do the field variants of the other figures, as I don't think that they were really a different figure. They changed a little bit of the paint schemes. Now, you may say, hey, why would you do Cobra Commander? Well, watch and see, and I'll explain all that to you. Now, you have to remember, we're going into a pandemic at this time. Figures are completely different. There aren't other companies that are pushing G.I. Joe Classified to be better. Hell, they're just coming out to begin with. So we're going to go through each and every single one of these. I will drop in the description a link to every single figure that I reviewed. No matter how bad those reviews are, I still did do them. I learned a lot from the beginning of that YouTube journey to where I'm at now. I believe Project Director Destro is the only figure that I have not reviewed, so I will plan on going back and doing it because I already have them out. I might as well do the review just so I can say I have them all. But I do believe I have every single other one, and I will drop a link to each and every single one of them, which will be an awful lot. But looking at these, this is just going to be a rating system of what I see. And I don't want people looking back at this video saying, hey, I just watched your other one, and you said that this figure had a bad rating, but he uses the same legs, the same buck that this figure did that you gave a higher rating to. Well, remember, a lot of the tooling hasn't been done yet. There's a lot of things that they didn't fix that maybe they had the tooling at the time when we get to those figures. Now, I'm not planning on having that done tomorrow or next week. Hopefully, I'll have one done next month so I can get the second part. I'm going to do them in 20 figure intervals, or shall I say from 21 to 40, 41 to 60. There's more figures that kind of get wrapped up in that. So there's 3 packs, 2 packs, different things like that. But anyway, let's get into this video. But before we do, please, as I always ask, it helps the channel. Take a second, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification if you've enjoyed this content and the G.I. Joe Classified stuff that I'm giving you. Now, let's get to this. All right, so before we get into ranking these figures, I kind of want to look at the boxing really quick. And we all love this boxing. There was always an issue with the artwork here. Sometimes it looked amazing. Sometimes it wasn't so good, and that had to do with the different artists they were bringing in. But we had this wonderful packaging, this window that everyone loved. You could see the figure, you know, nicely. You had the attributes, and then you had the 08 here. And then we had the back, which shows a figure. It shows all these figures that were coming. We got to kind of guess. They had a lot of Easter eggs. But what I did notice, and maybe I discussed this before, or maybe I didn't. I don't even remember. Because I kind of feel like I just learned it. But anyway, here is 00 Snake Eyes, okay? And here we have this wonderful artwork on it. All right, he doesn't have attributes. He has what looks like probably his Japanese, and we kind of have the same artwork. But what I did notice with the window here is if you look how it's cut, it is actually the G.I. Joe star, which is not something that I can remember knowing. So maybe it's been so long since I looked at this, I should probably go back and rewatch that 00 Snake Eyes review, as awful as it may be. So anyway, I kind of want to discuss that and kind of mention that before we get started. So now let's get into rating the first, well, 00 Snake Eyes through number 20. Okay, to kick off the G.I. Joe Classified line in 2020, Hasbro released number 00 Snake Eyes Deluxe. This was a Hasbro Pulse exclusive. This figure really set the tone for what would eventually become the G.I. Joe Classified line, but not so much as it started. I gave this figure a pretty high rating. When you look at everything that he comes with, he is clearly Snake Eyes version 2. He does have his Uzi, and he does have his well-known sword that he has throughout the line. He also comes with a weapons rack of different ninja weapons or samurai weapons, whatever you want to call them. But they are martial arts weapons. Now this rack has never been used again, which is kind of odd, although the weapons we will see used numerous times as we went on. It comes with a much larger box that has the actual 00 box that we'll get to know later on, and then it also comes with the an art drawing of what is embossed on the larger box that he comes with. So with this figure, everything that he has, there's nothing pinless yet on this, but everything is double jointed. He moves really smoothly, comes with the knife. Also, this guy I gave a 9 rating because of how good he is, and I did go really high to begin with because, in all honesty, I thought they knocked it absolutely out of the park with this figure. So here we have number 01 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Roadblock. Now, looking at this figure, he is clearly derived from the version 2 of the Real American Hero. Now, when I started doing reviews, this was one of the reasons why I did it. I didn't know anything about the toy industry. I didn't know what G.I. Joe was going for, but I was comparing them to what I thought was the closest version that they had, and I compared it to version 2. It is a rough watch if you go back and watch that video, but I will drop links to all of the videos that I reviewed in case you want to go back and see what I did. I wasn't as seasoned as I am now, but looking at this figure, he did come with the tuner fork, big heavy blaster. It does have a removable magazine, which maybe it is a battery pack and not like an ammo. It is really one of the worst weapons they've offered. Now it does look really well with a bat, so if you want to put it with a bat, it actually goes pretty well. He comes with his a knife that fits into his plate carrier. Now, my biggest gripe with this figure when I look at him is his feet are a little small for how big the buck is. And I don't have an issue with the gold shin pads and knee pads like so many others do, but the shin pads really do cut into the articulation with the feet. They make him harder to stand. He's easier, obviously, to fall over. He can't lean over as much because you cannot go past a 90 degree, or maybe just a little bit past a 90. All in all, the figure looks really good. I really didn't have too much of an issue with him. I still think this figure pretty much does hold up. In the end, I gave this guy a rating of a number 5 with the G.I. Joe Classified line. So here we are, number 2 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Snake Eyes once again. Now, what this Snake Eyes is just a repaint of the Deluxe. He is almost all black. There is a little bit of color to him, and there is a red dot on his forehead on the original ones. Now, this is something that did drive a lot of people nuts, which caused them to do a repaint, and I don't consider that another figure where they actually just got rid of it. I won't review that figure or rate that figure because he is just the exact same figure as this one. This one comes in a little bit lower, and you may be asking, well, why, if they're giving you almost the exact same things, would that bother you, and why would you lower it? Well, first off, he doesn't come with the weapons rack, and the boxing and everything is a little bit different. But the things that are similar are the knife, the backpack, and obviously his sword. What doesn't work is that he comes with two different guns. One is a pistol that has a big hole in it, and one is the his submachine gun or sub blaster that has a big hole in it. And I understand what they were going for. They're made to actually plug onto the figures and onto the backpacks. But where the hole was, it just did not work. It was unfortunately a huge issue. The other gaff that they did have was with the knife sheath. The knife never fit properly. It actually sticks out. And it was something that they did correct on figures going forward. But what is odd is that it didn't have that with the 00 Snake Eyes, which again still makes very little sense to me what they changed in the mold. But all in all, this is a really good figure. I don't see a reason to run out and spend a lot of money on the 00 Snake Eyes if you just want a version 2 Snake Eyes. I think they did a really nice job with this one. And with him, I gave him a rating of 6 just because of those few little gaffes. Now on to number 3 in the line, and that is Destro. Now I'm going to make no bones about it. I believe that this figure is still one of the best figures that they've made. It's almost to the point where do they really need to make another Destro? But let's get into him because I absolutely love this figure. So starting off with him, you look at him, he has his classic design. It is updated a little bit, but they kept his big collar, which is something that I always hated about the O-ring figure because I love the big collar look. They gave that to him. They gave him his gold medallion. Now, the weapons are a little bit different than what the O-rings are, and that's perfectly fine. And this is the first where I'm going to start saying that some of these futuristic weapons don't bother me because, well, Destro is a weapons manufacturer. And with that comes him creating different styles of weapons for Cobra. Where I look at G.I. Joe, and to me, G.I. Joe is more military, so there would be some futuristic weapons, but for the most part, they would be perfectly fine. Now, starting with his blaster, it doesn't bother me, but I cannot not look at it and not see the Rebel Troopers weapons from A New Hope from Star Wars. As for the briefcase, once you open it up, you can actually see there's detail like right here. And I thought they did a really great job with it. They didn't go all black. They went black with some grays. And his articulating points are really good. He isn't hampered by shin guards, which is great. His neck moves pretty well. No pinless joints yet, and we won't see pinless elbows and knees for quite some time, and as they start to get mixed in. So this still is one of my favorite figures, and I don't even get upset that they haven't done another one yet because I think he's been so good. At the end of the day, I did put this one at a rating of 8. On to number 4 in the G.I. Joe classified line, and that is Duke himself. Once again, I did review him and compared him to the original O-ring figure so you can see the design cues that they took. Looking at this guy, you can see that he has his laser rifle. Now, with all that said, I actually like this rifle. Unfortunately, the biggest issue with it is that every single one that I've seen kind of takes this curve looking up. Like it wasn't manufactured to be like that, but it is warped up. But all in all, it looks like a laser M4, or at least in that style. And I really didn't have too much of a problem with it. Again, they were going for a different look and appeal. He does come with the absolute worst weapon, or hand pistol, if that's what you want to call it here, which I will show you. I absolutely hate this weapon. I wish they would go away. I wish they do away with it, and we've discussed this. But he also comes with some really nice looking binoculars that I will also show right here. And as you can see, I thought they did a pretty good job. Even the backpack, you can see that they put the shovel on it, trying to recreate what we had in the 80s. So I really like this figure, and I am not a fan of Duke. I have never been a fan of Duke. Over time, I have grown to appreciate him more and like some of the design cues, but this guy, I thought they did a really good job with him. In the end, I looked at him and I gave him a rating of 7. All right, so here comes number 4 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Scarlet. And I have to say, she is a very essential character. I think some of the ones that they started with were very essential characters, and she is one of them. With that said, I think this may be the first stinker of the bunch. Unlike many people, I have no issues with the face sculpt. Many people complained about it, said that it looked like a 15-year-old child, that she should be seasoned. Oddly enough, when the retro version came out, everyone said, I'm going to put the original head on it, which made no sense. Now, I am missing 2 of her knives. I wasn't able to find them. I do know that I have them. Now, everything really stuck on her person. She comes with 3 different knives. 2 of them go in the back of her quiver, and then 1 goes up on the front of the quiver, well, the front strap of the quiver. The knives were perfectly fine. The quiver is, I would assume, upside down, as they would have to have some sort of pressure points to hold the bolts into them. She comes with this crossbow, and unfortunately, I don't know why, but the classified team feels the need to make their crossbows break up into 2 most of the time, and this one is no different. It comes off all the time. Now, her look is okay. You can see how it fits. They did try and recreate putting throwing stars on her forearms, but she doesn't have double jointed elbows. And I wasn't one of those people that feel everything needs to be pinless right at the beginning, but looking at this, her articulation is really poor, all the way up to her gauntlets that are up on her shoulders. It is hard to get this figure in a lot of good shots. It's not impossible, but it is possible, but it's just not, it's not very easy. So anyway, in the end, I looked at this figure and I thought it looks fine, but the way she moves, what she comes with, I had to give her the ranking of 4. So here we come to number 6 in the line, Cobra Commander. And as you can look at this guy, you can see that he does not fit the same aesthetic as the A Real American Hero version did, and I'm okay with that once again, as Cobra Commander seems like the type who is constantly putting on new suits, trying different things, and has them for different occasions. And this seems more like a ceremonial garb that he might have when he's addressing people, along with the weapons that he does have. So looking at everything, he did come with extra hands. Now, at this point, only 00 Snake Eyes came with an extra hand, which was a throwing star. This, they gave him a pointing hand and then a clawed hand. And if you're collecting G.I. Joe right now, then you realize they're starting to reuse these hands with other figures. The weapons that he does come with is a short sword with a snake on it, along with this more ceremonial pistol that is very Cobraized. I look at this, he has his little cape on the side, and I thought it's pretty good. For the most part, I don't hate this figure. I think it looks good, but the one part that does really bother me are his boots. And it has nothing to do with the looks, but as the toes start to dip up, he starts to fall forward. So this guy can be a harder guy to pose, but it is still possible, but those boots have always been problematic in my mind. But again, still a good looking figure. In the end, I gave him a nice rating of 6. All right, sticking with number 6, and this is another Cobra Commander, but this is the Regal version of him. Now, this is the only repaint that I'm putting in here because, yes, he is different, and I mean that in a few different ways. So quickly, his whole paint scheme is different, and he does come in a more classic blue, where the other Cobra Commander was more of what his hooded version would be, but they're not doing a hooded version, so take that for what it is. He comes all with the exact same stuff. So I kind of get random there. The same sword, ceremonial type, same ceremonial type pistol. They do give them a different paint job. So they're more gold. Again, same finger pointing and everything like that. But there are a few different things on this figure, and it's more on the box. And I will show you right here. And what you can actually see is that the numbers are shaded differently. Which to me means they changed the box, they fully changed the color, and they actually gave this guy a name, which was the Cobra Commander Regal version. The other thing that was really problematic about this was supposed to be released on some weird app that everyone was trying to get on it, and the thing completely collapsed. It crashed, and if I remember correctly, that website is completely gone. In the end, they put it on Hasbro Pulse, and some people were able to get it. And this figure actually still goes for a pretty decent price up on eBay. So, in the end, I gave the other Cobra Commander a rating of 6. I gave this one a rating of 7, just because of the difficulty of getting him, how they changed it, and I actually think the colors look a little bit better. Now on to number 7 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Gung Ho, who was always one of my favorite figures growing up. I look at this figure, I love that they made him big. He's on the same buck that Roadblock is. So other than Serpentor and now Nemesis Immortal and Road Pig, these are the biggest figures that you're going to find. And yes, they are bigger than Sergeant Slaughter and Bazooka, although they share a lot of the same parts. Both their legs and upper bodies are bigger than the rest. I didn't mind the color change. I actually thought it was pretty good. And I didn't even mind the tattoo that's on his chest. Now, would it have been nice had they gone to the Marines and got the rights to do it? Yes, because that's what he was pretty iconic for. But unfortunately, Hasbro didn't want to do that. The green was a nice change. They have the vest. It looks more armorized. He has lots of grenades on him. But where this guy's downfall truly is once again the small feet and the shin guards, not because they're shin guards, but how they affect the articulation in the feet. But his weapons. These were all laser weapons, and as you can see, I'm actually missing one of them. I'm not sure where it is. Now you can take these weapons and you can use them on the bats, and they actually look pretty good on some of the bats, to be honest. The color scheme works with them, and they would be more futuristic. But with this guy having a grenade launcher, they gave him one, as you can see right there, and it just doesn't work. The backpack was big. They tried to make it so everything could hold on, everything he could carry on his person. But in the end, the guns were a complete fail, as they just reused them for the first time, I believe. And nobody really cared. I think most people had forgotten that this figure had been out for so long. So anyway, in the end, I did give him a rating of 6 because I really liked the buck and the sculpt, but the weapons brought everything down. Now on to number 8 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is the Red Ninja. Now, this was kind of an odd move to go with, veering away from your classic characters. I didn't mind them doing that, as this is a decent character, but it does have some flaws. Now, he does reuse most of Snake Eyes' buck, but there's a lot of overlay. They also pretty much gave him every single weapon that came with the Snake Eyes Deluxe sword-wise, other than Snake Eyes' classic sword. No guns, but all those things that sat on the weapons rack, they gave to this guy. Not only did they do that, they made it so he can actually carry every single one of them on his person. In the end, some of the overlay does affect the articulation a bit, but all in all, it's not a bad figure. My biggest issue is the head sculpt, and this was problematic from the moment I saw it. It is almost impossible to figure out what it is. It almost looks like it is a robotic face, but it's actually supposed to be a mask, if I believe so. The other thing that bothers me is if you go get a Marvel Legends Hand Ninja, the red is the exact same, and the head looks that much better. So when you pop that off the Hand Ninja and you pop it on this, the figure looks that much better. If that is how it looked, I would have this guy actually ranked a little bit higher. But the fact that he comes with so many different weapons, he makes for an awesome army builder, because you don't have to have someone running around with the exact same weapons. So in the end, I looked at this guy and I did give him a rating of 6 when it comes to this. On to number 9 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Snake Supreme Cobra Commander. And I really do like this figure. So he uses the same buck as the other 2 Cobra Commanders, but with the change of giving him a cape, different weapons, really makes this figure stand out. Now, once again, he comes with a bunch of hands, including a world domination globe. He comes with a small scepter. He still comes with his blade, but he also comes with his customary blow dryer laser pistol. And I will say it again, this pistol is better than the one that comes with the Hiss Cobra Commander or the retro carded Cobra Commander, and they should have just reused it. It is gold, so once again, very ceremonial. It's very ceremonial. He has the cape, and it is a soft goods cape that when you look at it, it does form the look of a snake's tongue. So I absolutely love this figure. He is one that still ranks very high, and after Snake Eyes, he was the first one that had a different style of packaging. Looking at this guy quickly, he was a Pulse exclusive, so that was the only place that you could get him, and he has maintained his value. So if you're looking to get him, you're still looking to spend roughly $60, I believe, on him. Something like that. So it is a wonderful figure in my opinion. I still look at him as, if you're going to have one kind of coming out to address your Cobra Troopers, this is the person that would be doing it. In the end, I did give him a rating of 8, which again is very high in my opinion. On to number 10, which is Beachhead, and this was the first Cobra Island exclusive, which meant it was a Target exclusive, and it started the hate for Target. If anyone was collecting back in 2020, they will remember how much people hated Target and the distribution and how poorly it was handled. Of course, we were coming into a pandemic, so I think there's a lot more reasons for the issues. But looking at this figure, and I do remember reviewing him, comparing to the O-ring. Now, first things first, I will say I forgot to give him his beret, which is right here. So this is what he came with. His backpack comes with the crossbow, which is much like the O-ring in the original, and he does have a knife that sheaths onto his boot. He suffers from some of the same issues that we had with the other figures, and that is the unfortunate issue with the shin guards, which prevent a lot of articulation, getting the figures to lean a little bit further. So he is a little bit harder to pose, and we'll see this as this goes on. But this was still early on in the line, so it is kind of why I give it more of a free pass or more of a pass than others. Now, where does he suffer from? Well, the first thing is he comes with that poor sidearm that we already discussed, and then he comes with one of the worst weapons ever. And from what I understand, this is an actual Nerf gun. And from what I was told is that their hope was kids would collect this. They would be like, wow, that gun's really cool. They make a Nerf version of it. This is an awful gun, and if you are still using it, you either just have to have your figure complete or you just don't care. but either way, there are other weapons that you can get for him. It really does bring him down, but not enough to really mark this figure down too much. So in the end, I look at this figure and I did give him a rating of 7. Okay, now on to number 11, which is Cobra Island Roadblock. And this is one of my least liked figures. And everyone looked at him and said, it's heavy duty. And there is a story behind that, and I will tell that before I finish up. So, looking at this figure, he is just a redo of Roadblock and obviously the Buck of Gung Ho. Although he does not have any plate carrier or anything like that. They just make it so he's wearing a tank top. It has the G.I. Joe on it. They did give him a new head sculpt along with some sunglasses that actually work. Big bushy beard, and once again he comes with the tuner fork that also has a removable magazine, which if you look, I forgot to plug it in before I started doing the video. The figure does look decent, and everyone wants to call him heavy duty. Now, I had Lenny on, and if you don't know who Lenny is, he is the designer of G.I. Joe, and I asked him, hey, did you ever think about calling that roadblock heavy duty? And he said, nope, that was never the intention. And that is because, and he never discussed this, and this is one of the problems not having a file card, is that the way that he envisioned it is that he was on Cobra Island for months, and he's grown out this big beard. He doesn't have the plate carrier on. He's been out there, and if you look, he's actually wearing a chef's hat or a chef's cap on top of him. So that's actually what the hat is that he is wearing, and that was his explanation on it. And I think it really put things to rest, at least with some people. And then there were some people that still said, I'll still call it heavy duty. I said, you can call it whatever you want, but that is what the designer wanted. In the end, I looked at this figure and I had to give him a 4 because I just don't like heavy duty to begin with, and I didn't really care for this figure at all. On to number 12 in the line, and that is the Cobra Trooper. And let me just say, this was a huge point of contention because once again, this was the Cobra Island version and Target exclusive, and they were army builders, or at least that's what people wanted. And to say this figure was hard to get for quite some time, and hell, it still is hard to find just by looking at the price of him. I can understand why people were upset. Now, they really did try to veer away from the actual aesthetics of the other one. Now, you look at the Real American Hero, and they do have the same colors, but they gave him this wonderful face mask in this classified line, which I love. I thought it was great. They tried to recreate the sniper rifle. That is the big rifle that is on his back there. And then they gave him a smaller, what I guess you would consider a submachine gun. Now, these were all considered blasters. And there is something that I was told about the rectangular or square blast, and that was handed down by Hasbro, that they weren't allowed to do round tips. That is not completely accurate because, once again, Destro has it, but most of their guns that they were called blasters. They don't have round tips. So that is why you don't see any ports or blast effects for quite some time until the line progresses. Now, this guy did come with a sleeve for his shoulder. He came with 2 little pistols that were more futuristic. I can deal with it. And he also came with these little red goggles that when you look at the eyes, they kind of give you like snake eyes. His helmet does come off, and once again, the helmet is awesome. He still does suffer from the boots, which is the problem. And I will continue to reiterate the problem with the shin guards and the boots causing articulation. My one gripe about this figure is with the 2 weapons, and not so much that the weapons, but they both have pegs on them, and that was there so you could put the weapons on the person and they could stay on them, wouldn't have to carry them. Unfortunately, the pegs just look stupid. They stand out. It is the only thing that I don't like, but because I need to keep my figures in, at least one figure in proper use, as complete as possible, I refuse to cut them off. So in the end, though, I really like this figure. Really, I mean, a lot. I wish they would do an O-ring version of it. And I gave him a rating of 8. On to number 13, which is the Baroness with Coil motorcycle. Now, I am not rating the vehicles. I will do that in a later video, but I have to say that that is one of the most useless vehicles that they came out with. So, quickly looking at this figure, and if you remember, once again, part of the Cobra Island set, this one was extremely hard to get, to the point that they were selling for $250 aftermarket. This thing was so hard to find, and when they finally released it, it drove down that price, and to the point where I even got a free one when I had an issue with a Ram cycle. But let's look at this figure, and I have to say the aesthetic of her looks pretty good. It's not a bad looking figure. The glasses are molded on. I have no problems with that. Her hair really does obstruct her head from moving at all, and she comes with a, a, a knife from with a little snake head on top of it, and then with those two awful blaster pistols. Now, as what you can see what she's holding there, it is an actual snake gun. It seems pretty useless, and to be honest, it is, but it is kind of a cool little caveat that they have. I actually put it on Snake Supreme's little throne. I have two of them, so one goes on either side. Once again, this figure does not have double elbows. She doesn't articulate very well at the shoulders. Um, she looks good, but there is just so much wrong, not to mention everything that comes with this coil. So in the end, unfortunately, I had to look at this figure and I gave her a rating of 4 because it was just so disappointing. And later on, when they fixed the arms, she's much better. And on to number 14, which is Arctic Mission Storm Shadow. Now, let me just explain this. This is actually version 3 Storm Shadow in the Real American Hero line. This was the first Storm Shadow that we got in the line, and it was an Amazon exclusive. So yes, it is pretty pricey on the aftermarket. I looked at this figure, and there are a few things that I have a huge problem with. Number one is that big giant logo in the back on his box, and that is Cobra. He is clearly a G.I. Joe at this point, and in my opinion, Storm Shadow is more G.I. Joe than Cobra. But in this iteration, he was G.I. Joe. Now, if you also look on this figure, there is no Cobra logo or insignia on him at all, and I think they knew that. I think they wanted to get a Storm Shadow out there, but they didn't want to do the version they were originally going to do for Classified, which is way different, or a classic style looking one, so they went with him also being the Amazon exclusive. Now, he does suffer from, for some odd reason, he is missing some boot cuts, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it does make it harder for him to stand. The weapons that he comes with are actually pretty good. He's got a nice quiver, the bow looks good, he has a hook with a string on it, and then obviously he has his sword and sheath and along with a sickle. His articulation is really what prevents him from being like one of the top figures in the end. But his aesthetics, the way that he looks, I am perfectly fine with. But he's also just not Cobra, but that's only the box. Also being an Amazon exclusive. Why I was able to get this figure, I don't even know because I don't remember how deep I was in the collecting. But I did get him. In the end, I gave him a nice rating of 7, which once again I think is pretty high up there. All right, on to number 15, which is Prophet Director Destro, and this was a fan channel exclusive. Now, there was a version of this Destro later on in the G.I. Joe line, and you see all the leopard, and it was a really weird look. But again, a fan channel exclusive, which I think is the right way to go. It's not a Destro you would absolutely need. It is one that you would want if you're either a completist or maybe you just really like this type of figure. He does come with, as you can see, that cape, which is plastic. It doesn't move very well. He also comes with glasses, and let me reiterate, these glasses here, which are a little oversized, they are awesome. Why the Hasbro team is no longer using this plastic to make glasses like this, I don't understand. He does come with his revolver, which is a more of a futuristic type revolver. He comes with burning money, and then he also comes with the same briefcase, just in gold, and you can see it here. And I thought they did a wonderful job of putting stuff on the inside of these briefcases, both of them. It just gives it a little bit more, so if Destro is here and he's doing some transactions, you can see exactly what he's doing. Now, this Destro is not for everyone. I understand that, but that is why they have the original one. Now, he has the same aesthetic. He does look good. So I looked at this figure, and because I like the other Destro so much, and I like the accessories that this guy came with, In the end, I gave him a rating of 7. Now on to number 16 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is the Snake Eyes Origins from the movie. And I know people are going to say right away, you shouldn't even review that figure. It's not really classified, but it is. It has a numerical value on it, which is number 16, so it is part of the classified line. Now, I am not looking at the movie. You can think what you want about the movie. I'm looking at the actual figure. And to be honest, I actually think that this figure looks pretty good. I think the mask is really nice. I think it is a nice uh, turn on the version 2 Snake Eyes with the visor. He comes with his sword that he uses in the movie, and then he comes with 2 daggers. Where I do see issues is I feel like the plastic felt a little bit different, and they don't have thigh cuts. This guy does not have a thigh cut, which definitely does cause issues when posing him. He also comes with the face of the actor. Now, in my opinion, Snake Eyes, you really shouldn't see his face ever, so I would never use that anyway. So that's just going to be something that sits in the box, actually, along with this figure who has been retired. But all in all, this is not a bad figure, and yes, they were going for $5 eventually, but these figures sat on the shelves for a long, long time. In the end, it's a decent figure. It's good for fodder, and I did give him a rating of 5. On to number 17 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Storm Shadow from the Snake Eyes Origins movie. Now, I don't believe that this figure is as bad as some people think that it is, but I also don't think that it is great. We can first look at the color, and we can ask the question why he isn't more white. That I cannot figure out. He also seems to be in a harder plastic, at least from what I can tell, which gives him more of a sheen, almost like the old O-ring figures. But to me, his biggest issue is that for some odd reason, he doesn't have a boot cut. Now, why the boot cuts were something that they tried to eliminate on these figures, I don't understand. But these guys are ninjas. They should be able to move in more spectacular poses than other figures, and maybe it was just because it was due to the line. Now, he does come with 2 different swords, and along with, I can't call it a sheath, but a piece that pegs into his back that can hold them. Now, these swords have been used numerous times, so clearly I believe they're actually pretty good swords, and I don't see it really stopping anytime soon. He does come with the actor's head from the movie, and I actually like that. I've had that up on a diorama with a classic Storm Shadow so you could see his face, and I think it works pretty good because I don't really see the actor as much in it as just a regular faced character. And Storm Shadow was one that we did see his face. So unlike Snake Eyes, it doesn't bother me that we have his face. In the end, not the worst figure, but definitely not a great figure. I gave him a 5 rating. On to number 18 of the line, who is also part of the Snake Eyes Origins movie, and that is Akiko. Now, I don't hate this figure like so many others do. I actually feel it is a good character, and I would like to see her brought into the lore elsewhere. First off, I am missing one of her weapons. I'm not sure where it is at, but it is somewhere within my bin of weapons. It started off, I think she looks pretty good, and I think she fits in with the other ninjas. I have no issues putting her in with Storm Shadow, Snake Eyes, all those other ninjas that we have. Now, looking at her, where does she come? Where do the problems come? Well, once again, we don't have double elbows. Again, I can overlook the pinless. At this point, it wasn't a big issue. We're still in, 2021. But she doesn't articulate all that much. The biggest problem is her boots and her heels, or lack thereof heels. They're supposed to look like heels. They would be bent in the box so she wouldn't stand. As you can see, I don't even try and stand her. And since I don't use stands, I just have her kneeling in a fighting position in my display. And she does still sit in my display. All in all, she's not a bad looking figure, but there is so much more to be desired in a ninja. But she does fit in with your Arashikage clan if that's what you want. I gave her a rating of 4. And number 19 in the G.I. Joe Classified line also comes from the Snake Eyes Origins movie, and that is the Baroness. Now, I'm going to start off by saying I believe that this was the best looking Baroness for quite some time. I thought they did a really good job with it. The face sculpt does match what the actual character is in the movie pretty well. She does have removable glasses, which are actually really sturdy, and they're meant to peg into her hair so you don't have to worry about them falling off. One of the major issues is the choker chain and the neck. The neck just looks really long. Don't have a huge problem with the choker chain. As you can see, she's able to stand up without a problem. And she does come with these two big daggers or mini swords. The one thing she does come with is one of the best weapons, best guns that the G.I. Joe team has still produced, along with a suppressor. And we've seen it on a few other figures, including the Crimson Twins and a few others. I absolutely love this gun, and it actually fits her pretty well. It's not too large, it's not small, it fits pretty good. But once again, the lack of double elbows causes a problem. But she does look good. Unfortunately, her skin tone and the neck don't match with the other figure, so you have to do a pretty good some pretty good customizing to make it work properly using the other head. But all in all, I really like this figure. Don't have a problem with it, and you can still fit it in with the rest of your G.I. Joes, not just the movie ones. I did give her a rating of 6. And number 20 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is the final figure from the Snake Eyes Origins movie, and that is Scarlet. Now, I look at this figure and I think it actually looks pretty good. I like the color scheme. It is different, and you can use her in any type of classified line diorama that you want. The face sculpt does look enough like the actress that you can tell when someone points it out to you, but it also doesn't look too much like an actress that you can't see it as just a G.I. Joe character itself. She does suffer from the exact same things that all the females do, and that is she doesn't have double jointed elbows, which causes a lot of issues when it comes to trying to pose a figure in a shooting position or fighting position. The other thing that is disappointing is she comes with only this crossbow. Now, I do think this crossbow may be the best crossbow that the G.I. Joe Classified line has made. It is small, doesn't take up much room. Best of all, it is not in two different, doesn't come in two different pieces, which is a huge problem because they tend to break apart. Both Scarlets have this issue. But it is the only thing she comes with. This is approaching Marvel Legends style, lack of accessories when you look at her. So in the end, it is a decent figure to have on your shelf in a display if you want. And I did give her a 5 rating. All right, so there you go. That is my ratings of the first G.I. Joes all the way up to number 20. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I want you to keep in mind that this is coming from a different time. Tooling was different. Brands were different. There weren't other companies pushing G.I. Joe and Hasbro in general to be a better figure making company. But please, down in the description, tell me what you guys think. Tell me if you think the ratings were off. What, and what you didn't like about it. I love to have a good conversation, and please don't be a big a-hole about it. These are our opinions. It's not some definitive ranking or rating system that, oh my God, we all have to follow. But as I always like to say, if you're still here, please take a second. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop a G.I. Joe video. Now, please, if you are so inclined to, up here, you're going to see another video of G.I. Joe Classified, and down here will be the playlist of all the G.I. Joe stuff that I've done. Take care. Hi, and welcome to A Punk with Toys. My name is Lawrence, and in this continuing series, I will be rating the G.I. Joe Classified. This is the second part of the series where I'm going to be looking at numbers 21 through number 40. Now, if you did miss the first one, I will drop a link to it in the description so you can catch up. Now, at this point in the G.I. Joe line, I want you to understand I'm not ranking them in what is best and what is worse. I'm rating them in what I think and what I liked at this time. Now, understand this is a different time. They're actually coming out of having all pin joints, and they're starting to integrate the pinless joints into some of this. And there's also a big gap between figures, and the reason for that is the budget was still pretty low. I will reiterate, as I've said numerous times on live streams, that Hasbro may be a billion-dollar company, but G.I. Joe is not a billion-dollar brand. So like anything that a company owns, they do have a budget. Now, the G.I. Joe budget has clearly increased, as you can see the amount of figures and vehicles that have come out. But at this point, we weren't getting that. They were hoping the line would last about 3 years or so, 4 years. As you can see, we're into year 5, I think, at this point. So there doesn't seem to be a stopping point anytime soon. But we're going to be looking at this, so you have to take into account that when I'm rating these, I am also rating them for what they were when they came out. The first figures, a lot of those figures were based off of the Operation Blackout video game that they were hoping was going to work. It did not, and that is why you saw a lot of these shin guards, this gold and stuff like that. We're still going to see a lot of that in this line because the way a company survives is they continue to reuse molds, reuse legs, arms, different things like that. But G.I. Joe is then, I think, in a wonderful way of putting new plate carriers over them so they can distinguish and make things a little bit different. But let's stop talking. Let's get into this. But before we do, please take a second. If you like G.I. Joe, if you like this series that I've been doing, please take a second, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification. Now, before we get into this, let's take a look at a little bit more about the boxes and talk about them. All right, so before we get into the ratings of these figures, I want to take a look at the packaging. Now, the first thing that I will say, we quickly discussed this on the last series, was the montage of figures on the back, and it kind of gave us a bunch of little Easter eggs. Now, they kept evolving them and adding figures as the series, the waves went. So here was wave 1. This is actually 01 Roadblock. And you can see everything that is in here, including some trouble bubbles and a few other things that we probably never thought that we would get. And as we moved on, we got here. And they kept evolving the montage. And I know we kept talking about eventually got to change, and they did. But I know most people really did enjoy this. I know I like this. I thought that this was awesome, putting in a bunch of little Easter eggs. So I kind of wanted to mention that. The other thing that I never discussed, and you may have noticed in the last video, is that if you have two figures, they're actually, it wraps around. So you're able to put them together like this, and it actually creates the whole artwork that you want to see. And it was something that you kind of noticed maybe on some of them. You can also start to see when I started buying duplicates in army building stuff, because that's where you start seeing multiples of them. So now let's get into the ratings of all these figures, starting with 21 going up to number 40. Okay, to kick it off is number 21 in the Cobra Island Firefly. Now, to say that there was some controversy with this figure would be an understatement, as many people did not like him. They look at him as a saboteur, and when you look at the vest that he is wearing, it is more of a bomb disposal vest than something that a saboteur could use. He wouldn't be able to move really quickly, and once again, we have to remember this is the world of G.I. Joe. For me, I really enjoyed this figure. I thought it was great. It's one of the better head sculpts. You can see the scar on his eyes. They gave him some really nice goggles, and here you can see the accessories that he comes with. And this was when they were really trying to make sure everything fit on his person. You can see the drone that he has, along with the tablet to control it. You can see the dynamite, and then you can also see his weapon, his blaster. And again, this is something that does suffer from the peg on the side where it's meant to plug right in. Now, It's not as bad or noticeable as the Cobras, but it is still there. Now with this figure, I do still keep that gun on it because I have the backpack, but he does support a different weapon. Looking at this figure, he really does catch what is Firefly, in my opinion. And I really did like this figure, even though a lot of people didn't like all the accessories that he came with. In the end, I gave this guy a 7.5 rating, and this is the first time that I used the point 0.5 system. Now on to number 22, the Cobra Island Viper. And once again, to say that there's some controversy with this figure would be the understatement. I can remember that this figure dropped, or I remember getting him. I believe it was January 3rd or January 4th of the new year, obviously. And this figure we knew was in stock because we were all using Pop Finder at the time. But when this is a Target exclusive, they have street dates and they will not sell before then. So once again, here was an army builder that people were waiting for, and it was a Target exclusive. Remember, the pandemic is raging at this time, and it was really hard for people to army build. And I don't think that the G.I. Joe team or Hasbro ever thought that this would be something that was needed when it came to selling action figures or what they were going to be doing. Anyway, when you look at this figure, I thought they really hit everything on the mark. The backpack is very similar to the original. The design is all the way down to the padding on his legs. He does come with a different blaster that is, well, it is somewhat like his original, and I believe this is the first time we saw a removable magazine. He does come with the goggles, which make no sense why he would have it on the mask. And the unfortunate thing with the goggles is, as you can see here, a lot of them did break. It seems like they've rectified that, but at the time, it was a huge deal. In the end, I looked at this figure. I still think this is a great looking figure, and I did give him a rating of 7 for exactly what he is and what he came with. Number 22 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Zartan, and to say this guy had some controversy, well, I would be lying if I didn't say that he had. But first, let's take a look at him. So what we can see right away is that we have started to see a huge course correction in the G.I. Joe Classified line. We have seen that they have started to move away from trying to advance the characters, and they've moved away from trying to do the video games. And they've moved to more O-ring, more 80s style. And when you look at this guy, I think he really hits that nostalgic feel. He has the dark browns, which really do work with him. It's much like the O-ring. His blaster pistol is very similar to what he had as the O-ring, along with the backpack and mask. Now, in this picture, you can see the backpack mask. He also comes with a snake head and this monkey paw. Now, the backpack and the mask is what we had as a kid. And Lenny talked about it, that he made it with electronics inside of it, like this thing is actually printing as he's walking around, or if he sets it down, he's found someone that he wants to imitate them. That's what this was meant to do. Now, I think this figure is a wonderful figure. There are some issues, in my opinion, with the hood. It never seems to really want to stay on. It's always been pretty loose, so when you move the head around, it doesn't always follow. So sometimes it's hard to get big photography. Now, the biggest issue that the controversy came from was that he doesn't change color. Now, to me, this was never a big deal. I'm not going to be changing color of my figures, but they tried explaining that the paints and just everything that they have to go through today to do that type of color painting, that color changing paint just wouldn't work just because of the age limit and different things like that. So that did cause a problem, but later on, that will kind of be rectified, and you'll see later on in this video. In the end, I gave this guy a 7 because, well, there's another version of him coming that is probably just a little better. Number 24 in the line is the Cobra Infantry, and please do not call it the Cobra Trooper, as people will go berserk on you. This is no longer the Target exclusive. This is not part of the Cobra Island. This is one that is now just readily available kind of. I can honestly tell you that I have never seen this in a Target or a Walmart or something like that. I actually got two of these at GameStop, and I think the only other time that I saw it at a non-specialty shop was at the mall, and I think like an FYE or something like that. So everyone wanted to army build the Cobra Trooper, so they gave you the Cobra Infantry. He is a darker blue. They took away the big long rifle, and they gave you that small submachine gun style rifle. Again, not the worst thing, but again, it does still suffer from the pegs that are on it that are made to go onto his back. He also does come, and forgot to mention this in the last video, two different hand pistols, which are just, they're made up. Again, I can deal with that when it comes to Cobra because there's a lot of futuristic things that are supposed to be going on there, along with this small little dagger that he comes with. They did remove the goggles. They didn't give him that, and they took away his armband, but the helmet is very similar. Now, this is once again an wonderful looking figure. I absolutely love this figure. From the Cobra Trooper now onto this Cobra Infantry, but there wasn't too much to complain about. I like the design. The mask is absolutely wonderful. In the end, I gave this guy a rating of 8. Number 25, we get Lady J. Now, this is a pretty good figure, in my personal opinion. I know a lot of people don't think so. There was a lot to be made about her face sculpt. Unfortunately, if you look at the O-ring, that was not also a very good face sculpt at all. So they did try and modernize her, but wanted to make sure that she still had her javelins. So within this figure, you will see the javelins, the javelin launcher, along with her backpack, and they were also hiding stuff the same way that they did with the Cobra Island Firefly, and you can see that right here. So this was the first female that they put double elbows on her, which changed everything because now she could actually hold weapons much better than what we could before because, well, with the single elbows, you could barely get a 90 degrees if you were lucky. They do put like a little GoPro up on her. Everything is able to be held on her person. But the one thing that I really did enjoy and I liked that they were looking at was rather than giving multiple heads, they made a change where you could do a quick change with the hair. And what I mean by that is you could take the hair off, use the same head, and then you could drop a hat on her. So you were able to have your original O-ring look, or you were able to have the look that she had in the cartoon. A little bit darker colors than what the O-ring had, and that is the reason why later on you will see that there was a retro version of her that was the Walmart exclusive. All in all, this is a really good figure. It gets way too much hate because the head sculpt isn't that great. But as I mentioned earlier, neither was the O-ring. So I'm not sure why people hated on it so much. So here I gave this a 6 rating for the G.I. Joe Classified. Number 26 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Flint. And there is a little story that I'll have to kind of discuss about this. So, this figure dropped at the same time that Lady J did, and I think it was actually appropriate as they were always seen as being a couple. I like this figure a lot. I think this is one of the better head sculpts, especially early on, that they did. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people that don't like it. They said it doesn't look like Flint. It seemed like for a while the G.I. Joe team was putting a lot of scars on these figures. Now, he was supposed to be meant to look like a grizzled veteran, and I did like that. But not everyone liked it. They did try and do the same thing where you can keep everything on his person. Along with on his plate carrier, he had the holder for his shotgun, and I'm going to call it a shotgun, and I'm going to tell a story about that. He also still comes with that awful blaster pistol. Now, unfortunately, this is where you start having a few issues, and that is the shin guards. Now, I mentioned I don't mind the shin guards per se, except for that they obstruct the playability with the figure, moving them around. So, it is something that I wish they would have removed. I know we're going to be getting a retro flint, and it will be taken care of then. It's going to be a completely new mold for this figure. But I want to talk about this shotgun. Now, you can see right here that there is a weird break in it. And everyone says that is not where a shotgun that comes apart breaks, because they wouldn't be able to fire. Well, as you can see, a lot of these were considered blasters at the time. So while I was at Joe Fest, there was a small little story that was told to me that they had some new people come in, and they were able to petition to them to start actually using real weapons. Now, if you go back, you notice almost every single weapon had a rectangle blaster. None of them had ports. I do believe the Viper weapon did, and maybe that was during this. But this gun was about to go right into production, and they were able to run out there, get a little change, and that is why it now has the round hole for the port for blast effects. He said there was a last minute change. They weren't able to recreate the whole shotgun, or they would have, and that is why you see it the way that it is. I have no reason not to doubt this person, but this is what was explained to me, and the reason why you see this weird looking shotgun. But looking at this figure, I did enjoy him, but he does suffer from a few things, so I gave him a rating of 6. Number 27 in the line is the Cobra Island Major Blood, and it's hard to believe that this figure was released in 2021, and we are going into 2025 and haven't had a second version of him. But looking at him, you could tell that they reached back and tried to harken back into the O-rings, and redo that figure in a modern version, and I do love his look. This figure, there is so much right to go with his look, to his accessories, but there is also some things that are extremely problematic with him. So quickly, we'll take a look at it. He does have his mechanical arm, and you can see the M on it for Mars Industries, so you knew that they were looking forward to hopefully put Destro running Mars Industries, and I do like that. His eye patch isn't just a patch, it's more of a digital screen. Everyone kind of assumes that it has to do working guides his rockets. He has this very classic looking rocket launcher along with 2 rockets, and then he has this weird looking 6-shooter that you would assume from Mars Industries, which I will show you right here. You can see everything. He also has the dog tags, and it's a bunch of them, and I think that is a very essential look. Now, as a kid, you kind of realize that these were all the soldiers in military figures, people that he has killed. Now, they were able to put that in with it, and when you look at this figure, it is extremely nice. I love this figure. It is one of the best looking ones they've done. But I want to talk about some of the problems that he has. And first, we'll start off with the boots. He has the boots that kind of, the toes go up, which does make him hard to stand. And it is extremely frustrating that he tends to want to tip forward. The rockets that go onto his backpack, well, if you look closely, you can see that there's a little bit of white and that sticky tack because they tend to fall off way too easily. So they're really easy to lose. His helmet doesn't want to stay on. It needs to be a little bit tighter, and every time you move it, that thing comes off. And the dog tags, as nice of an idea it is, it has to pop in absolutely perfect. This figure, with all of those downfalls that I just mentioned, is so good that I gave it a rating of 9. Imagine if some of those were just, well, addressed and taken care of. Number 28 is the Heavy Artillery Roadblock, and this was an Amazon exclusive. Now, this is just showing you that, hey, we are going to give you your O-ring look, your 80s look, because you guys have demanded it. This was a major course correction, and they realized that people didn't like the other 2 roadblocks. Now, this one here being an Amazon exclusive, I think they kind of did that because they're like, hey, not everyone wants it. They were sadly mistaken. Everyone wanted this. But within this figure, there was a few things lacking, and that was the mod deuce that so many people wanted. They gave him this big, giant Gatling gun with an ammo drum, and then they gave him a very large pistol. They gave him his classic looking helmet, but unfortunately, this was not enough for most people. He is still the same buck. He shares the same small feet that also make him hard to stand, as his feet should be a little bit bigger. The shin guards that also cause a little bit of issues. This gun is so big that there's only so much that you can do with it, but it does fit him, and I'm actually fine with it. But it would have been nice had they handed him another weapon other than the pistol. Just because, let's be honest, no one is really going to be running around with this. And it would have been nice had they scaled it down just a bit. But we will see in the next figure the reason why it was not scaled down. And that is for a specific reason. In the end, I don't think this is an awful figure at all. Matter of fact, I think it's designed pretty well. And eventually they did give us his proper weapon, or the weapon that most people wanted. I gave him a rating of 6. Number 29, we are looking at the Cobra Island Breaker and Ram Cycle. And as I mentioned in the last video, we are not going to be talking about vehicles. Although this is a pretty good vehicle, much better than the Cobra Coil. We are looking at just the figure and everything that he comes with, which is nothing. So looking at this figure, Breaker is a very essential character. And if you remember the O-ring, he didn't have very much either. Now, if I am correct, I don't believe that this plate carrier, this overlay of his, has ever been used again. It really obstructs anything that you do if you put a different weapon with him. He does have a helmet that has an integrated intercom system, which is a little bit different than what his original version was, and I'm fine with that because this is a modern day. Now, before anyone says, hey, he did come with a weapon, the weapon that they gave him, and I can't believe this, it was the same Gatling gun that came with Roadblock. It is integrated into the Ram Cycle, and he's meant to pull that thing out and use it. Now, that thing was given to Roadblock because he is so big. This guy is not nearly as big or even considered strong. The other thing is that this is the first figure that I had to contact Hasbro about because it had super loose legs, and everyone had it. It was extremely problematic. It was something in the mold. All they did was wobble around. So this figure, all he has is a fairly cool looking helmet, which we've never seen again, a plate carrier that we've never seen again, and loose legs, which, well, unfortunately, we've seen loose legs. In the end, there's not too much more. There's more to do with the Ram Cycle, and we'll eventually talk about those when I rate those. But I give this guy a sad rating of 4 because basically he's just a green shirt. On to number 30 of the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Snake Eyes and Timber, the Alpha Commandos. And I'll just start off. I really like this figure. This is supposed to harken back to version 1, Snake Eyes, and yes, we did get that in a retro card, which is actually better than this one, but I don't have a problem with this. There are a few things that are a little problematic on it, I'm not going to lie about that, but in the end, when you look at this figure, I think he knocked it out of the park, but more than anything, Timber, his wolf, is amazing. So, quickly, as we take a look at everything that he has here, it is odd because I just spoke about Breaker, and Breaker came with no weapons, but this guy comes with 3 different weapons, and all the weapons are really good. All the weapons are ones that I actually still enjoy using in this G.I. Joe Classified line. The one thing that this guy does get hampered by is the plate carrier, and we'll see this throughout the line, and I believe this is something that is now being addressed as you kind of see them being scaled down, or even figures not having plate carriers as they're already integrated into it. A good looking figure, pretty much all black, does come with the knife and the pistol. But when we get to Timber here, I know people wanted the White Wolf, and eventually we do get it. I like the Grey Wolf better. And he does come with an angry face. He comes with the stoic face. And he does have a scar. The articulation on Timber is amazing, as we've seen throughout all of their pets, because I don't know how Classified does it, but they really, really do an amazing job when it comes to that. So if you did need some extra weapons for your breaker or for your roadblock, here it is. This was the package that you were going to get. Looking at this, I believe this is the first animal companion pack that we discussed. I had to give him an 8, but in all honesty, a lot of it has to do with Timber. I think he pushed it a little bit over the top. All right, and on to number 31, Zartan, Master of Disguise. This was a Pulse Con. This was a deluxe into me. This was the first one that really felt like it was a deluxe figure that you didn't need, but you really wanted. And as you can see here, I have cooled him off, and he is blue. So this was the color changing one, but it didn't react in the sun. Well, I guess it kind of did. You had to cool him down to make him blue, and come the heat, as soon as he warmed up, he would change to a more natural color. Now, he is the exact same figure that we've already seen, with the same backpack, the same mask, the same gun, same hood, but he does come with this sniper rifle, which is an awful rifle. It is one of the worst. It's always bent. It's always warped. I cannot stand it at all. But as you can see here, he comes with other masks, including Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. He comes with the Blind Master and the Hard Master, and then I believe that's who they are. And then he also comes with just like a skeleton mask. Now, once again, just like as the O-rings, I would always ask and laugh and go, well, can we not figure out who he is, considering he's wearing the same garb as Zartan does, but he looks completely different. But this is a figure that they really did well with, in my personal opinion, just the way they went about it. And they did give people something that they wanted. People now ask for Zoranan to be like this. I'm not sure if we'll ever get it. I don't think that we're probably ever going to get this one again, and I'm perfectly fine with it. This is what a deluxe is supposed to be, and they really went all out. And I'm going to show you something here before I give you my final rating on this, and that is the box. And like I said, this was when we truly saw this as, in my opinion, the first true deluxe, something different that they went all in on. Now let's take a look at the box, and then I'll give you my rating on this. All right, so here it is. This is the box. You can see the Dreadnought logo in here, and then you can see that they have this dial that shows all the different characters in the head sculpts. They lean into the lore, which I absolutely love. This is what a deluxe should be. I gave this thing a rating of 8. On to number 32 of the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is the Cobra Island Barbecue. Now, I have had much to say about this figure, as why does the whole strike team for Cobra Island need a firefighter with no weapons other than his axes? And I've just said he is the shooting target. He is the guy that they send in there, and when Cobra shoots at him, they're able to go in there and infiltrate them. Now, I did not like Barbecue as a child. I didn't even want him. As a matter of fact, I didn't have him till later on in my life, and I was able to pretty much get any G.I. Joe figure that I wanted. With all that said, this is a figure that I think they really did a wonderful job. A figure that I felt that I had no need for, but when I looked at him, his design, his sculpt, I really like him. I think they knocked it out of the park when it came to this, and they did do some pretty good stuff with the axe, especially this smaller axe where they gave it a bunch of spikes on it, so if he starts punching a Cobra agent or any of the Cobra troopers, he'll be able to do some damage to them. Now, as you can see, his backpack has broken. It has fallen off. One of the tubes is broken off, and then the peg finally broke, and I haven't got around to replacing it. Believe it or not, This is the only weapon that I have actually broken. I'm not saying there haven't been issues, obviously, with soft weapons, as I've talked about it, but this is the only one that has broken, and it actually broke twice. But I cannot fault Hasbro on that, as it did fall from uh, a shelving unit onto hardwood floor, so things will tend to break. But looking at this figure, I do think they did a really good job making a firefighter, and I'll be happy to have him in charge of the firefighters that are going to be coming out. In the end, this is a guy that, I don't feel he's essential to Cobra Island. I did give him a rating of 6. On to number 33 in the line, and that is the Cobra Bat, the Battle Android Trooper. Now, you can just clearly look at this figure if you ever had him as a child and see that they just tried to recreate him the best they could. Starting with his chest piece, which has all the mechanics pretty much looking the exact same as we saw in the O-ring, to his hands, which are the same. The flamethrower, the gun, and the claw. Now, one of the main changes that they did here was they did give him the opportunity to switch back and forth so he can use either hand, which I really do like. They gave him one of the better pistols that I believe has a flashlight on it, which makes me wonder, why does an android need to have a flashlight? But that's neither here nor there. And it does hang down properly on his thigh. They also gave him a chest piece, which would have been nice had they gave him a Cobra symbol on it, but they didn't. It's just all black. They also gave a battle damaged one, along with the battle damaged head, which I think does this thing wonders. Matter of fact, I have more battle damaged ones on there. I ended up with 6 of these early on. Now, as the line grew, I couldn't keep army building in the same manner. This figure had no issues as far as I'm concerned. Binless joints, both on the knees and the elbows. And on the elbows is when he probably didn't need it because he's an android. But I love the way they made everything fit on the back, as you can see in the backpack. This is just a wonderful looking rendering, recreation of what we had as an O-ring. And in the end, this is the first rating of 10. On to number 34 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is the Alley Viper. And even as a kid, this figure was towards my ending of playing with toys, but I always liked them. Maybe some had to do with the shield. I always liked the gun that he actually came with, although I don't have him holding that. I have a few of these, so I do have a couple holding that, and also there have been different versions of them and more to come. So I looked at this figure and I thought they did a wonderful job in recreating the look of them. And on the shield, there is a heads-up display, so that is how he sees through it. Even on his visor, there is a digital display, or at least in some of them. Maybe they didn't do it on this one yet. When you looked at the backpack, they gave him the grappling hook. It does come off, and yes, we have seen it reuse that grappling hook as Alpine is using it. They gave him his submachine gun, which I never understood. It was easy to break thumbs, which that's unfortunate. But then they gave him what I think is one of the coolest things, is his automatic shotgun. And yes, that is what it is. Look up auto shotgun and you will see this. The magazines are both interchangeable, so they didn't give you 2 different magazines. I love that. The downfall was they gave him that really awful pistol that we've discussed numerous times. He also suffers from the shin guards. And you want to talk about a figure that can be very difficult to stand without stands. And if any of you have been watching the channel, you know that I do not like using stands. I do not use stands. So these figures are pretty much posed in specific positions, and that's about it, because they're heavy on the back because of the backpack. You're trying to hold the shield, but they do so well and look so good that there's something that, in my opinion, is essential. Now, why does Cobra need crowd control in an orange uniform? Well, Only Springfield can tell you that. So I don't know. I took a look at this figure. I liked it so much. I have 4 of the original. I gave this thing a rating of 7. On to number 35 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, and that is Storm Shadow, and this is version 1 Storm Shadow for all intents and purposes. This was the Cobra version, and if you know how I feel, Storm Shadow is more G.I. Joe than Cobra, even in this outfit. I remember this figure, and if I am correct, this was my figure, G.I. Joe Classified figure of the year. So you might imagine it's going to get high ratings on it. I love what they did. It is not exactly the same, but they gave him a very similar backpack along with a short sword and a long sword. They gave him a compound bow with a quiver and arrow. Now, the thing that is most problematic in this is that the bow and arrow does not want to stay on. So if you look closely, you'll see a little bit of white sticky tack just to hold that thing on there. That is a small complaint. It's not the worst thing in the world. A bigger complaint that I do have is the toes. And these are an issue with the ninjas. Their toes tend to bend up, so they tend to fall forward in certain poses and on your shelves. But it's something that I can get over because it actually works with the aesthetic. I just wish they didn't do it because I don't want to use stands and I don't use stands. This guy is fully pinless, and I know there was an issue with the gauntlets, and that is why they did come out with a retro version. He also has a hood, so you can put a hood up, which you never had before, but that is fine because you're able to pull this thing down. I looked at this figure. They give him the Rashikage logo on it. Everything that you wanted in the version 1 Storm Shadow. I think they nailed this thing. They knocked it out of the park. Like I said, it was my figure, my G.I. Joe Classified figure of the year, and I gave this guy a rating of 9. Number 36 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Spirit Iron Knife, and he is now a sniper, no longer a tracker. I'm not sure exactly why, but for some reason, a tracker is a derogatory term with the Native Americans. So they turned him into a sniper. And I'm going to start off by saying I have never liked this character. And I think it all goes back to the G.I. Joe cartoon, the movie, where he beats up Storm Shadow. We all know that there is no way in hell he could beat up Storm Shadow. But they made him, and it made me not like him. But I look at this figure completely different. And I really like this figure. I think they did a wonderful job, and we'll get to Freedom in a minute. When you look at this head sculpt, it is one of the best that they did. They really hit everything that they wanted to, what they needed to with him. They gave him a sniper rifle, which is, I think, is one of the better rifles, even though it looks more like a hunting knife, a hunting rifle. And when you look at his knife and his pistol, they both harken back to his Native American roots with some detail on it. His backpack looks very similar to what he had as the original, but they made it so Freedom can sit on it. His arm also has a gauntlet for Freedom to land on. Now, Freedom, as you can see down there, does have bigger wings. So you can swap out the wings and you can make them flying, or you can make them just kind of sitting there on a tree or on his backpack. And Freedom looks really good also. Unfortunately, because at this time they are doing pinless, he is not pinless, which would have been a great change. But his color matches so well that it doesn't really bother me. All in all, this is a wonderful looking figure, and he is fun to pose, fun to play with, and he looks a little bit different than every other type of military Joe that there is. I gave him a rating of 7.5. At number 37, we have the Cobra Officer, and I have to say, this was one of my favorite figures growing up. And I just love the AK-47 because of that. And I think they did a wonderful job with this one too. Now, for the most part, a lot of what he is using is a reuse of the Cobra Infantry and the Cobra Trooper. Although they did change the boots in for the better, because now the shin guards are no longer there, so he's able to move a little bit better. They also removed the plate carrier and gave him web gearing to make him look more like the original Cobra officer. And that does a wonderful job of allowing him to actually use his ab crunch. The helmet is a little bit different, and the mask is completely different, as they no longer have that metal, like the electronic mask or breathing apparatus that they have. It's just a regular mask that we all wore through the pandemic. This is what hits the feels for the G.I. Joe O-ring. They gave him this AK-47. They also gave him a separate AK-47 or a separate submachine gun that uses the exact same magazine, although it does go in the side rather than the top, and you can see that right here. I love this figure, and they did a great job because now you had someone to command your troops. But again, changing the boots made this figure completely different. It made him better. They gave him the knife that actually fit with it. They did give him this weird pistol that I still don't understand, but hey, you know what? He's never going to use the pistol because he has two really cool submachine guns. In the end, I looked at this figure and I gave him a rating of 8 because you can get some pretty sweet shots with him. Number 38 is Crocmaster and Fiona. And yes, just like the Snake Eyes and Timber, Fiona's going to maybe push this thing a little bit higher than what he would be. So when you're looking at him, first let me say I forgot to put the meat hook in there. It was actually sitting on the table and I didn't realize till I was done. Anyway, this figure is a weird sculpt and you can only do so much with him. So I'm kind of surprised that we did not get a Cobra Island version or some other sort of version. I'm sure we eventually will get the red. They had to do new tooling with this figure, starting with his chest, which can only be used for so many figures. And then you have a wonderful looking face sculpt, the mask that you do have. He comes with a nice whip that yet we've still never seen before. This weird small revolver pistol, which I don't mind. I guess something he kind of sounds like he would have. And then the legs, I believe that we have seen them since with used for Sergeant Slaughter. He still isn't completely pinless for some odd reason, but hey, that's what it is. And his boots are completely different. So they really had to put a lot into this. But then we have to look at his crocodile, and that is Fiona. And they did such a wonderful job. Lenny talks about how he looked at different crocodiles, the way they open their mouth. He compared them to alligators to make sure that it wasn't an alligator. As you can see, I have her mouth wide open, which I think is awesome. And the detail on this is so good, and it does articulate in many different ways, the same as Timber and later on Junkyard would. He also comes with a couple small little gators, one being a crocodile, one being an albino. But you look at this figure, it's very unique. It is fun to have in there, especially now that Big Boa has come. But everything that he does come with, and again, Fiona really pushes it over the top. I gave him a rating of 8. Number 39 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Tiger Force Outback. And yes, I can remember all the memes that even that I did, but others did, waiting for this figure. And yes, he did come out before the original Outback, and that is because they know people are going to buy the original Outback. So why not do the alternate colors first before we get here? Now, if I remember correctly, this was not a character that was actually available in the US. He was available, I believe, in the UK, or at least overseas. Now, full transparency, I think this may be the best face sculpt that they did. And for some odd reason, I think the gray hair just looks better than what you actually get with the original one. I love this figure. He comes with a very classic style backpack. There's so much stuff in it, so much stuff on it. You have the nice little shovel that goes with it, and then you also have his gun, which is probably the thing that I like least on it. Removable magazine, and it does have a sling, but the sling is really hard, so you can't use it. But it does plug onto the back. He comes with a wonderful sidearm. His pistol is actually one of the best, and then he does come with one of the flashlights. Now, the big tiger, I know a lot of people don't like, but put him on the Motu Battle Cat, and you're not going to want to take him off there. Again, this is one of those figures that some people absolutely love or some absolutely hate. For me, this is one of the best figures they've ever made, and like I mentioned, I think this face sculpt may be the absolute best. In the end, I looked at this and I gave it a rating of 8. All right, so we come to number 40, and this is the Tiger Force Duke. And this is the first in the numerical order of the windowless packaging, the fully plastic-free boxing that they did. Although this figure came out in 2023, and other ones were still coming out in 2022. But let's take a look at it. And once again, we're not going to be looking at the RAM cycle, as we'll come back to that at a later date and rate those. This here, we're going to look at Duke, and he is a repaint of the Duke that we had. He comes with the same backpack, which is very classic of what we had. Now, I never had a Tiger Force Duke, so I'm not sure how close he is. Unfortunately, he does still come with that really awful pistol in this version, but they did change his gun. So this was when we first started seeing a little bit of a change that they were willing to do. They took away the Nerf gun that they gave him, and they gave him his actual gun. Now, this was going to be reused later on with Stalker and obviously with Duke, but it was nice for them to do this. I actually ended up liking this figure probably more than I liked Duke, although as I started changing the weapons on Duke, I started to like him more. It is amazing how much weapons will change the way you look at a figure. But all in all, he still suffers from the poor shin guards that make him harder to pose. He is on this awful RAM cycle, but again, we are ignoring that. And I know people have mentioned it, and I can't not see it here. He does kind of have a long neck, so I'm not sure why they changed that, but it was something they did. They also gave him his binoculars that we discussed before. Looking at this figure, as much as I do like this figure, using a lot of the old technology as they were making this, you have to look at this and you give him a rating of 6. All right, so there you go. That is my G.I. Joe classified rating for figures 21 through 40. And once again, this is not a definitive rating. This may not be your rating. This is my rating, but I would love to hear what you have to say because it sparks a really good conversation. Before I go any further, I quickly want to apologize for the shadowing and even my reflection being in some of those pictures or in some of the videos. I was moving around, I was doing stuff, and I didn't realize that there was so much shadowing that was going on. I'm trying to pose the figure so I can move on to the next one because let me tell you guys, this is very time consuming, setting up the figures and getting everything correct. Anyway, now that I've apologized for that, let's move on, and I quickly want to go through the ratings all over again, and I'm just going to run them down quickly so you don't have to go back and see exactly what I had to say about each one of them at the end and what the rating was. So, number 21 is Firefly. That was 7.5. That's the Cobra Island version. 22 is the Cobra Island Cobra Viper, and that was a rating of 7. The first Zartan is 7. The Cobra Infantry, 8. Lady J, 6. Flint, 6. Major Blood could have been 10, but he rated him as a 9. Heavy Artillery, Roadblock, the Amazon exclusive, 6. We have Breaker with Ram Cycle. Once again, remember, I am not reviewing it as a Ram Cycle. We'll go back to the vehicles later. He came in at 4 because loose legs give you a 4. Snake Eyes and Timber, the Alpha Commando. Remember, I am looking at the Animal Companions. When I am looking at these and giving them the ratings, they came in at 8. Zartan, the Master of Disguise. This was a PulseCon exclusive. This was a true deluxe, rating of 8. Barbecue, 6. The Cobra Bat got a 10. There won't be many 10s. This is the first and only 10 that I've done so far, and I think it is a well-deserving 10. The Alley Viper came in at 7. Storm Shadow, who was also my classified figure of the year 1 year, 9. Spirit came in at 7.5. The Cobra Officer, 8. Crocmaster and Fiona, again, animal companions are added, 8. Outback, the Tiger Force version, 8. And Duke with Ram Psycho, not looking at the Ram Psycho, he was a 6. So, please, if you don't mind, in the comments, go down there. Let's talk about this. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear what your feelings are on all of these figures because, again, this is not a definitive rating. This is my opinion. I want to hear what your opinion is. But I'm going to get out of here because I've kept you long enough. Please take a second, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, then hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop a rating video, which again, this is going to be a monthly series that I do. Now, please don't go anywhere. Right up here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a link to the part 1, and down here is going to be a link to the playlist of all the classified figures that I've reviewed. Take care. Hi, and welcome to A Punk with Toys. My name is Lawrence, and today we're going to be rating the G.I. Joe classified figures, starting with number 41, going all the way up to number 60. Now, this is part 3 of the series that I have been doing, and what I wanted to do was go back and take a look at everything that we've done, or that we've seen so far. I've reviewed almost every single figure. I believe the only one that I have missed is Prophet Director Destro, which I do have to go back and review him just so I can have him and say I reviewed them all. But what I've been doing is I've been going through them and I've been rating every single one of them if you missed the other parts of this series. And the reason why I thought that this was a good time to go do that is that some of these figures have been out now for close to 5 years. And I don't think the rating's really going to change, but I wanted to rate them, not rank them, but rate them as how they were when we first got them, whether they be the shin guard and the gold-plated stuff that everyone seemed to hate, along with the Nerf guns, and moving into some of the other stuff, and then obviously going on further to, we get the gummy weapons. Now the gummy weapons seem to have gone away. Now we're not there just yet, but I wanted to go through and I wanted to rate all of these. Now I'm rating them as how they were when they came out, not how it is today. So I'm not going back and I'm not looking at the original Duke and being like, wow, this thing was a piece of trash, or hey, Scarlet didn't have double jointed elbows. I'm rating them as I saw them when they first came out, taking myself out of right now and looking there. So you might find some figures that were using a lot of parts that now may have a lower rating than figures that were being rated before that were using the same parts, and that's because new parts had come out, new body molds, different things like that for the bucks, and maybe they didn't need to use something old that they decided to. But that is the whole purpose of this. If you've missed the other ones, I would suggest going back and watching part 1 and part 2. Again, this is part 3. So I'm going to get into this. We're going to start with all of these, so you can kind of take a look and then you can kind of decide if it's something that you want. I've gotten a lot of response that it seems like a lot of people were really happy with seeing it, not realizing they missed certain figures that they missed, and like, wow, that is a total miss on my part. I need to go get it. And then there's some people that were like, I'm glad I missed out on that. But before we do, please take a second, if you like this type of stuff, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, then hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop one of these rating videos. Now, without further ado, let's get into this, starting with number 41. Starting with number 41 is the Python Patrol Bat, the Battle Android Trooper. Now, I'm just going to start off by saying that I gave the original Bat a 10. So I think that this figure itself, just in general, is an absolute wonderful, almost perfect figure, especially with a number 10. Now, this is one of those ones that I don't remember if they ever made a Python Patrol Bat. And again, the Python Patrol is kind of a hit or miss. but for some odd reason, these colors just pop. And I think this looks absolutely awesome. I love the yellow. It is very bright. It just stands out. I love the color of the weapons and everything. Now, the one thing that they did take away from this figure is that they take away an extra head sculpt, which is actually kind of odd, and a second chest piece. But let's be honest, I don't think too many people are using the battle damage one and the regular one. Actually, I don't think a lot of people are using the regular one. It just looks kind of weird. Battle damage makes more sense for the chest piece. But you already had the head and you had the piece. I don't know why they didn't include that, but they didn't nonetheless. So here it is. So all in all, looking at this figure, there was nothing that I didn't like about this. I thought it was absolutely a great looking figure. And in the end, I went with 10 for the original Bat. For this one, he came in at rating of an 8. And number 42 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is the Python Patrol Viper. And I can say that I don't think that this figure is nearly as good as the original one, just due to the colors. Now, I talked about the Python Patrol Bat, and I thought the colors really popped. With this one, not so much. And again, they're the same color palette and aesthetic. I just thought that the way the Bat looked, it was way better. But all in all, it is not an awful figure. He does have the goggles, and with this one, you do have the red lenses. Now, these goggles are so problematic because they just tend to fall right off. But for an OG look of the Viper, you do need the goggles, even though they're pretty useless. Once again, he comes with the same rifle, which, again, I think is close enough to being what the original had. He does have that awful pistol that we absolutely hate, or at least that I hate. But all in all, not a bad figure. He does fit with what they were doing with Python Patrol, and you definitely need some Vipers to fill out your Python Patrol. So this figure, where I give the original Viper a good rating of 7. This one, well, he comes in at number 6 because he's just not as good. And number 43 with the G.I. Joe Classified line is Dr. Mindbender. And this was an exclusive. And once again, another uproar from the community because they felt this should not have been a deluxe. This should not have been an exclusive. And I do kind of agree. Although, if you looked at what they were doing and what they were starting to do, you knew this figure was going to come. And he is coming on a retro carded version soon. So, quickly to talk about this figure, I think that this was awesome. When it comes to him and Serpentor, I think they are the best dual exclusives that they did between the Hasbro Pulse and the San Diego Comic-Con SDCC exclusives, because their boxing and everything matched really well. He has a wonderful cape that I know caused all kinds of issues because it didn't have the Cobra symbol on the back. He comes with a plethora of different devices. His cattle prod, his little cylinders, so he can inject things into people. He comes with a classic style pistol that actually worked with the original Dr. Mindbender. And if you go back and look at my review, you can see the guns are almost the exact same height. All in all, this figure looks really good. He looks like what Dr. Mindbender is supposed to be. But there is one big issue with this figure. And that is, somehow from the cape, there is this silver paint rub off onto his shoulders. And yes, it is very noticeable when you get close, and you just don't expect this from a exclusive figure or any reason why this cape would do it. But this figure has stood the test of time. He's pinless, and just the amount of things that he comes with, just to make it look like he is doing some sort of experiments. Remember, this guy was a dentist, but he has a skull, a hand, and a couple other things that go with him. So in the end, I looked at this figure, and I was not a Dr. Mindbender fan growing up, but I had to give this figure a rating of 9 because he really is that wonderful. And number 44 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Tomax Paoli. Now, we never had a last name. I never needed a last name. They were Zaymot and Tomax, but they decided to give him a last name. Both of them, obviously, a last name. So this figure is one of those figures that doesn't come with very much. He comes with the submachine gun, a suppressor, and two of the exact same knives. But when you look at this figure, you see exactly what he is supposed to be. And he is a perfect rendering of the G.I. Joe Real American Hero O-ring version, and from his gauntlets to his shoulder protector or neck protector there, all the way down there to his sash or bandolier, whatever you want to call it. They knock it out of the park with this figure. Completely pinless, and yes, his butterfly joints actually work better than the majority of the other figures. But this figure does suffer from one thing, and that is they should have definitely been a 2-pack. And I can only imagine that they will probably eventually do a retro-carded version with the mirror, but this is what this was missing. There is no doubt about it, because that had so much character to it, and I think everyone was expecting that. But I look at this figure, and aesthetically, he is everything that you would want, and you can see that they'll probably have some more figures similar to this down the line. In the end, I gave him a rating of 7. And number 45 is, you guessed it, Zaymot Paoli. And yes, if the other figure got a 7, you can probably guess exactly what this figure got. I guess I'm not spilling the beans. This guy is the exact same, except he is mirrored the way that they should be. And yes, he does sport the scar on his cheek just the way that he should. But everything is the same. He has the same submachine gun with suppressor, the same dual knives, same sash or bandolier, whatever you want to call it, and everything. Again, everything is the same. The only thing that he suffers from is not being a 2-pack with his brother. So, looking at this figure, there's not too much more to talk about. I gave him, once again, a rating of 7. And number 46 in the G.I. Joe Classified line, we finally get a G.I. Joe, and that is from Detroit, Michigan, Stalker himself. And let me say, I absolutely love this figure. I know a lot of people had an issue with the face sculpt, that they said he looked too old. I still think it's one of the best face sculpts that they ever did. And yes, I know he looks like the stepdad from Something About Mary. But this figure, in my opinion, I thought they did a wonderful job. Yes, his colors, his camouflage seems to be a little bit more muted. And I'm okay with that, because we now have a retro version, but the muted colors look fine in the camouflage. He has the beret, which I think sits perfectly fine on his head. He's got the pistol with the suppressor. It can also be used, if I'm correct, on his submachine gun, which, once again, is his proper gun that he had. Now, I'll say it again, this is not something that I always had to have. I don't always need to have the original, but it was nice to have this. Now, they did give him a machine gun that also came with a backpack that you could put his submachine gun in. So he was able to carry everything on his person, and this is where G.I. Joe really, in my opinion, does a wonderful job. I obviously don't have them on him because I wanted him holding his submachine gun so he looks more classic. But with everything said, his web gear, pinless joints, this buck was awesome. Nothing was loose on it. He was nice and tight, and I will ignore how awful I think that artwork is on the box. But I looked at this figure, and I gave him a rating of 8. Number 47 is the Viper 3-pack, and I have a lot to say about this. So first, we're going to start with the Viper. There was 2 of them. And yes, as you can see here, this is the first time that we got different weapons that could be used on the Viper. But again, they actually gave us a multitude of weapons. But again, it is for 3 different characters, but they gave us more than enough. He is the same colors as the original Cobra Island one, but they are much darker. And because of that, I don't like it nearly as much. I still feel that this guy suffers from having fairly loose legs, which makes him a little bit harder to stand. This was also the first time that we saw that the gauntlets were removable. And there was lots of arguments with people arguing that the gauntlets aren't supposed to be removed. And even though you can, it doesn't mean that they should. So you shouldn't care when the forearms were black and the neck was white. Yes, that was a huge problem, that they mixed the colors up, not getting them correct. And I'm sorry, they actually show on the back of this box that you can take off the gauntlets. So that was a huge QC issue, that they had figures that had a black neck or white neck and black arms or white arms. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a big faux pas on their part. Now, once again, you can see not all of these weapons are the exact weapons. I've misplaced some of them, but this is what they came with, along with a lot of blast effects, which I think half the blast effects are useless. Half of them are decent. There's one or two that might be good. All in all, this is a pretty good figure, but again, not as good as the original one, and has some problematic parts with it. In the end, I gave these two figures a rating of 5. And staying with number 47 of the 3-pack is this Cobra Viper Officer. And I have to say, I think the Viper is a wonderful, almost perfect O-ring figure, and I love the colors. But man, is there something special about this gray and red. I think that everything that comes on this guy absolutely pops. Now, he is the first Viper that does not come with that classic rifle that they gave all of them, even ones going past this. Now, you could use it because they gave you 2 of them, but I believe they went to the other figure. They gave him a couple AR platforms. They gave him a better pistol that has the red accents. He has just enough gold on him to make it pop, like that Cobra symbol there. And his goggles are also in gold along with the face mask. I look at this figure and I just think that it is absolutely amazing and awesome what they did. Again, suffers from a little bit of a loose legs, but for the most part, I can't complain too much. In the end, I looked at this figure and I gave him a rating of 8. But here's my problem. And I didn't really want to talk too much about stuff like this, but this was a 3-pack that came in at $90. These are remolds of figures that were $20. And even if you go to the $25 price point of what they are now, this pack should never have been more than $75. Especially not $90. This thing really should have come in much lower than even $75 at the time, which is very disappointing and probably why we saw it go on clearance so much. When you buy things in bulk, it's supposed to go down. And because of that, I give this whole pack of 3 figures, which I do like, a rating of 4, because we had to overpay to get 3 figures, and people were overpaying already to get Vipers because they were so hard to get. And at 48, we have Zorana. And if we have Zartan, or as some of my nemesis calls him, Zertan, you gotta have his sister, and eventually we'll have his brother Xandar. But this figure, I thought they did a really good job. They really hit the classic colors and the classic scheme that they were looking for while updating her a little bit. They also finally took that backpack and they made it a knife. And Lenny talked about it, how it is supposed to be where it actually heats up so it can cut, or it can cauterize wounds if need be. They updated her little saw blade or whatever, so it has it on front of a weapon, some sort of submachine gun, which I think works out. And then they also gave you 2 different headpieces. Now this was so if you wanted to go with the classic mohawk, you could, but in all honesty, I really don't like the way that looks, so I've actually never used it. It does stay on very well, so there's no problems there. But when you look at this figure, I had no issues with it. But I do know that there was a lot of people that had problems with the arms popping off. I was not one of them. So I won't say because I didn't have it, it wasn't a problem. I know it became problematic. But for me, I was one of the lucky ones, so I can't complain about that. But with this figure, with all the dreadnoughts that we're getting, I had to look at this figure and I gave her a rating of 7. And coming in at 49 is Dusty. And once again, I think they really nailed it with a classic looking figure. Now this is the point where we start to see a lot of classic designs, but unfortunately now we know that they have their retro card figures coming out. So I do fear that if we get this in a retro card, it's going to be almost the exact same. But we're going to talk about this figure. I thought they did a great job with the design of his backpack. They have it made so he has the canteen, so he's able to actually drink through them, or so you should be able to see it. He has his famous helmet, and then he has his goggles. Now he does come with 2 sets of goggles. And this was when they said, hey, we're going to give you a set that's already stretched out, that's going to go around his helmet, and then we're also going to give you one for his eyes if need be. Now, people complained that the helmet is too loose and that it would fall off, and it does. But they designed it so if you put the goggles that are made to go on his head on backwards, the helmet fits directly over it and it sets really nicely. He also comes with his famous submachine gun along with the bipod. And I know people complain about where the bipod was connected at the top and not at the bottom. Well, that is where FAMAS actually sets. So they had this one exactly the way that it's supposed to be. And once again, they do have his name on him, which is Rudat, for Ron Rudat backwards, which is Tadar. So they paid homage to the original figure and the original designer of this character. Man, I look at this figure and I know a lot of people don't like him, but I think they did a wonderful job with it. And because of that, I gave him a rating of 7. And coming at number 50 for the G.I. Joe Classified line is the Crimson Guard. And I gotta say, I know there was some issues that he didn't have a red backpack. He came with a black backpack, but frankly, I don't care. This figure knocks it out of the park. Now, there is one issue that I do have with it, and that is that his toes stick up a little bit, so sometimes he can be a little bit harder to stand, but I'm still able to stand him without stands. And a matter of fact, this is one of the figures that you can get in a running pose and let him sit up there for months upon months and he never gets knocked down. But I digress here. This figure, when you look at the face mask, they did a wonderful job of recreating it. They gave him the backpack, and they also gave him a sword, which can not only can it be put on his back, you can also put it on his side, like if it was something that was ceremonial, which I think is great. They gave him an M16, which I kind of have an issue with that. M16s, in my opinion, or M4s, they should be only for the good guys, but it does kind of recreate the weapon that he had along with the bayonet. And they also gave him a wonderful pistol, still maybe the best pistol that was done for the classified line. I look at this figure and I think they just hit every single mark that they needed to. Every single mark that you thought that someone was going to hit. Again, if there was a minor complaint, it would be about the toes. And I guess some people would complain about the backpack, although I think the black aesthetic works amazing. But I look at this figure and there's not too much more that I could say to make him better. I gave him, this is the second one, a rating of 10. In at number 51 is the female blue ninja. Now this was a reuse for the most part of the Akiko figure from the Snake Eyes movie. Although they did change her feet, thank God, because that figure they tried doing high heels and it just didn't work. But this figure is a decent figure. She does come with a separate head, so you don't just have to have a regular ninja. It's this cat-like head that's on there. A lot of reuse from the Arctic Storm Shadow, along with his grappling hook, his bow and arrow, the quiver that you can plug the sword sheath into. But this figure does move pretty well, but it's a decent figure. I'm not sure if I absolutely needed it, but if you're a ninja fan, if you're an army fan, an army building fan, this is a pretty good figure. And I've said numerous times, I really did like Akiko as a figure, and I think they improved it on this, but that was a main character. This is just a regular army building female ninja, and in the end, I gave her a rating of 5. And continuing with number 51 is the male blue ninja. And this guy is just a repaint of the red ninja, which I am not a huge fan of. Once again, a plethora of weapons, the same weapons that came with the red ninja, you're going to get with the blue ninja, although they do give him a separate head. I don't remember what the name of it is. It has the red face. But for me, I actually don't like that mask on it. Now, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but on the red ninja, I actually prefer to put the hand ninja's head on top of them. For some odd reason, I think this blue scheme actually looks better than the red ninja. I like the white, the way that it pops. But again, this was another 2-pack that I asked myself, did I need a blue ninja at this time? Again, I do understand that they have to use repaints, but this is also a, Snake Eyes body, which we know has been reused numerous times. Once again, I do think this figure actually looks better than the red ninja, but in the end, I gave him a rating of 6, which was the exact same as the red ninja because, well, that's how good he is. He's a 6. And at number 52, we get the Snake Eyes and Timber 2-pack. Now this is the white version of Timber, which was what we originally got. And this Snake Eyes is more like he has green accents to him. And I really think that he looks good because of how dark they are. He really pops. He comes with his classic Uzi and obviously his sword, which is good. But this is where we also started to see some reuse of weapons. And he comes with the Alley Viper's weapon, the automatic shotgun, the grappling hook, and then the other submachine gun, which I'm not sure. It's some sort of bullpup, and I'm not sure if it's a real one. And before anyone says anything, yes, that is an automatic shotgun. Please go ask Johnny Reno, and he will explain it to you because he actually owns one. But I like this figure. His visor is nice and silver. They did rectify the issue with the knife that we had at the original figure where it didn't want to stay in. And again, Timber, who is white, does come with the growling, angry face, which I think a lot of people do like because Timber wasn't always just some happy-go-lucky wolf. He also could be fairly angry. I know a lot of people don't like Snake Eyes, and they said, hey, you know what? We got too many Snake Eyes. But when you look at it, most people didn't get 0-0. A lot of people didn't get the second one, which had the Nerf weapons. And then you had the Commando Snake Eyes, and obviously very few people like the movie one. So I have no problem with this, but this buck is just a really good buck. In the end, because of the 2-pack, everything that he comes with, and I really do like this Snake Eyes, the character, the buck and everything, and all the weapons, I gave him a rating of 8. And at number 53, we get the almighty Sergeant Slaughter. And I think everyone knows my feeling on Sergeant Slaughter, and that is that he turned his back on Hulk Hogan and the USA. Now, with all that said, I met this guy at Joe Fest. We chatted with him for 2 hours. I even told him the story, and he laughed. And we took this amazing picture where he actually put his hat on me. So this guy could not have been a nicer guy. Again, I'm only saying this because he's a real person, and I believe this might be the only real person that we ever talk about in the G.I. Joe lore. We'll see. Anyway, as for the figure, this guy was always larger than life, and whether I like him or not, as a character, he should have been larger than life, and they made him. Let's start with the glasses, and it's something that Classified struggles to do. As you can see, if you look closely, these aviators look a mess. But he's got his whistle. He's got his drill sergeant hat. I can't remember the name of it. He has an AK-47, which I know bothers people, but the artist of his box here talked about it. That is actually in a panel cover where he knocks out a Cobra officer or trooper, and he runs with this, and that's why they gave it to him. He comes with a plethora of hands, no salute hand, at least not yet, and he comes with the minifigure, playing into his actual commercial that he did where you can hold it. I know a lot of people said, hey, we don't need this. Why would you do that? Well, it's all about making these figures fun. And I think they did a really good job with this. Again, he uses the gung-ho and roadblock legs, a different torso, so it actually makes him a little bit shorter. And I'm perfectly fine with that for the most part. But all in all, a character that I didn't care for, a man that turned his back once again on Hulk Hogan and the USA, but a wonderful man in real life, and in my opinion, and actually a pretty good figure. I gave him a rating of 7. And number 54 of the G.I. Joe Classified line is Tiger Force Bazooka. And once again, let the controversy start, and that was, how could they make a Tiger Force before they make the regular version? And again, it was very easy. They knew people would buy the original, but there were a lot of people that were impatient that needed to buy Bazooka. But there were also a lot of Tiger Force fans, Gun Bunny Customs being one of them. This figure here was the first one that I can remember, I believe, other than the female figures, that used the torso articulation rather than the ab crunch. And I know a lot of people liked it. This was the figure they shouldn't have, because he has the number 14 on his shirt, and it breaks it up when you move the torso around. They gave him this big bazooka with action features, so you can make it look like he's loading it, along with 3 different missiles, rockets, whatever they're actually called. This figure looks good, but the other controversy was, well, how does his backpack stay on if he has no straps? I kid you not, this was a discussion. This was a question, because for some odd reason, all of our imagination is thrown out the window. These are G.I. Joe figures. He does use the same legs as Gung-Ho and Roadblock, again, I believe. But again, a different torso, which makes him a little bit shorter. Now, he's a big, hulking boy. I don't remember if that's how Bazooka was supposed to be. But I look at this figure. The Bazooka design is nice. The backpack with the rockets that you can take off. He's everything that you really want, other than he doesn't have some sort of gun or weapon. And I've discussed it before. I have numerous weapons, but you shouldn't have to go looking around, because maybe this is the only figure that you want. But I look at this figure, and in the end, no, he was not the original, but I did give him a rating of 6. And at number 55, we get Tiger Force Recondo. And once again, the controversy started on why would you give us a Tiger Force Recondo before you give us the original one. And we actually wouldn't get the original one till later on in the retro card line. But I gotta say, this figure just works. I don't know what else to say about it. I think I actually like this one probably more than the original one, although the original one hits you in the feels. He has the perfect hat. It sits on him nice and tight if you want. He has his gun. Now this is where we start to see maybe some softer guns, and that is disappointing. But he does have the wrap around it, which is good. And then he has his big hulking knife. Now I know it's not a machete, so I don't want to call it a machete. He also has a very small pistol, and if you do look it up, that is something that hunters used to carry because they needed something small along with their hunting rifle just in case if something jammed. But I think this figure was awesome. The other thing about this figure, I guess I should mention, his backpack is very close to what we had as a kid. But if you are a Masters of the Universe collector, if you do have a Battle Cat from the Origins line, just put this guy on it along with Tiger Force Outback, and you're not going to want to remove them. They just work with Battle Cat because one has a big tiger on him, and this one has the same type of pants, the same type of tiger camo pants. But I really like this figure. I think they did an outstanding job with him. And in the end, I gave him a rating of 7. And number 56 is the Python Patrol Officer. And yet, once again, controversy in the G.I. Joe community. I know, go figure. Anyway, where does the controversy come from? And that is, well, he was called the Cobra Officer, the Python Patrol Cobra Officer, because he is the Officer Buck. But if you do remember that in the original O-ring line, the Officer and the Trooper got swapped in the Python Patrol, where the Trooper was the Officer and the Officer was the Trooper. People wanted that to be the same, but the G.I. Joe team wanted to correct that. And they halfway did, and we'll talk about that later on when we get to the other Cobra Officer. But with this figure, we're going to talk about it. Now, he comes with everything that came with the original Cobra Officer, which I think is an absolute wonderful figure. One of the changes they did make was they made him black, which I like the fact that they went into a little bit more diversity, giving different colors to different characters, which I think is good, especially when it comes to army building, and you can swap the heads around. He comes with the AK-47. He comes with his second submachine gun, both with 2 different magazines, and then he also comes with that really weird pistol, which I absolutely hate. Good looking figure. I don't think this one really hits the mark with the color scheme, and we'll see that later on, like I mentioned, when we get to the other Cobra Officer. But a good figure to have, and like I said, you can never have enough Cobra Officers or Cobra Troopers, whatever you want to call them, when they're army building. But I did look at this figure. He is no original Cobra Officer, that is for sure, so I gave him a rating of 6. And with 57, we get Serpentor, not Serpentor, like some people that hosted the Hasbro PulseCon thought he was named. There's a lot to say about this figure. Again, we're not looking at the Air Chariot. That will come with the vehicles when I get to the vehicles. But we are going to look at Serpentor. And I do think that they did a wonderful job with this figure. He was the SDCC exclusive, I believe, or the PulseCon exclusive. I apologize if I can't remember exactly which one he was, but it bothered a lot of people because they weren't able to get it, and they think this is a main character. Well, I'll say it again, just wait, you will get this character the same way that you're getting Dr. Mindbender. With all that said and everything, he comes with a wonderful cape. I wish it was a wired cape so you can move it around, and before Matthew Madsen says anything, I know you can slide up a paperclip and make it wired, but I wish it came like that. He comes with his staff. He comes with a sword. He comes with a snake. He comes with two different head pieces. One to make it so he's more like a modernized version, and then one to be more the classic one. Now with the modernized version, you cannot move his head back and forth. But with this one, you can. I also forgot to say, he comes with a snake that he erects to kill Duke. Unfortunately, Duke doesn't die because they killed Optimus Prime and people weren't happy about it. But this figure was absolutely awesome. From his gauntlet that becomes like a Predator-style knife, this thing is really good. Now, the biggest complaint that I would have is that his waist seems to be off a little bit, but he's also an extremely tall figure. Like, he towers over any other G.I. Joe classified. And although he is genetically made, I wish he was a little bit shorter. I have no problem with being bigger, but he should have been a little shorter. In the end, this was a marvelous figure, and I did give him a rating of 9. And I did not like Serpentor as a kid. And at number 58 is the Mad Marauders Barbecue. And again, controversy. And with this one, we'll just start with the name Mad Marauders. Now, people were really mad that they didn't go with Slaughter's Marauders, and there are reasons, because if they lost the rights to Sergeant Slaughter, if he owns his own rights, if he pulled away, then it would kind of make no sense calling them Slaughter's Marauders, so they went with something different. Mad Marauders. The logo looks almost the exact same. Either way, we get Barbecue as one of the Mad Marauders. Now, poor Barbecue, this guy does not come with a weapon. He is a firefighter, and they have two different versions of him, and I don't really know what he's going to do if he goes into battle. He also sat around as the only Mad Marauder for quite some time. So it was nice for him to finally have some friends to come home with, so you could put him in that collection. I mentioned on the first one, I never liked Barbecue at all, but I thought they did a wonderful job with this figure. I think the design is great. His gun to put out fires, his axes, and to be honest, I think this color scheme works really, really well. The same way that I felt with the other one. But I just don't know if he's a figure that I actually need, especially not so early on. He's just a figure that's going to be there. Now, when you're world building, yes, you want a firefighting. You want some firefighters to put out your fires, obviously, but I don't need him in the field. Not with the Mad Marauders, and obviously not on Cobra Island. So, in the end, I looked at this figure, and I gave him the best rating that I could, which was a 5. And at number 59, we get CoverGirl. And I had a lot of problems, I guess you could say, with this figure, starting with opening her up and her arm falling off. Now, you can see the arm is on there. I am able to attach the arm, but I am not able to pose her with the arm in the position. I pretty much have to pose her arm where I want it, pose the rest of the figure, and then put the arm on, and hopefully the gun is in the right position when I finish up. It's not an awful figure. I don't think it's an awful looking figure, although it does not look like the digital render that they originally gave us, and that did cause a lot of problems. Now, she is supposed to be a cover girl, and I think people have a problem because they think she's not that pretty. Sadly, people seem to not remember what the O-ring version looked like, and that figure had a giant head. But I look at this figure, and I see a lot of good with her. I love the wrench. I love the tablet that has the actual Wolverine on it. There's also the controversy that what am I supposed to do with a cover girl that doesn't have a Wolverine? Well, there's lots of figures throughout the years of vehicle drivers. Look at Star Wars that you didn't get the drivers. I don't see why it's such an issue with Classified. Also, it was going to take time to see if people were even willing to buy vehicles. But I look at this figure. I like it. I think everything they got on her is pretty well, is done really, really well. But with the arm that is so problematic, and I know I was not the only one, it really knocks her down. I like her rifle. I loved her pistol. But in the end, that arm being so problematic, I had to knock her down to a rating of 5. And coming in at number 60 to end this video is the Crimson Bat. And I know a lot of people once again had a problem with this. They don't understand, why do we have a Crimson Bat? Why do we have a Python Patrol Bat? I will say it again. Give me as many bats as you want, because I absolutely love this figure. Now, these were all meant so they can go with the Crimson twins, Zaymot and Tomax. And the color palette was supposed to be the same red all across the board, although I don't think it is the same red that goes with the Crimson Twins. I like the fact that they gave you everything that the original Bat gave you, but they did a little something different. And on the bottom of the chest plate, they gave you a serial number. It's also on the damaged one too, where you have the Cobra logo. They gave you the serial number, and they tried saying that, hey, you know what? This is pretty much saying that, hey, this is how the Crimson Twins would have done it. This, their stock, they just didn't remove the serial number. But I think it's wonderful. And I think the color scheme works with it. Yes, the black and the yellow and the silver for the bat is a number 10. All right, that is 10 all the way. But this figure isn't far behind. Like I say, give me as many bats as you want. Some are a little bit better than others. I think this one is a standout, not far behind the original bat. I look at this figure, everyone that you can put him with, from the Crimson Viper with the Crimson Twins and obviously the Crimson Guard, I gave him a rating of 8. All right, so there you go. That is number 41 through 60 of the G.I. Joe Classified, where I went ahead and I rated them all. Now, in the comments, I would love to hear what you have to say. Where did you rate some of these figures? Did you think that I was on par? Did you think that I was way off? I feel like I do a pretty good job of explaining to you why I put each figure where they were. Again, my opinion is no more valid than your opinion, and your opinion is no more valid than mine. So please tell me what you thought, because I love to hear what other people say. We can all be, we can all be swayed a certain way if someone kind of points out something maybe we missed, or just, hey, maybe there's a reason for it. I know there were some people that were mad at the at certain lists that I've done, saying that, well, that's a dumb reason to have someone at number 1 when they make a comment. It's not a dumb reason. It's always your opinion, and that's all that really matters. So I am going to get out of here. Please, if you haven't, I'm gonna ask you to go watch part 1 and part 2, but I'm leaving you right now. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop a ratings video. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it real easy for you. Right up here is going to be part 2, and down here will be a playlist to all the other rating or rankings videos that I've done. Take care. Hi, and welcome to A Punk with Toys. My name is Lawrence, and today we're going to be doing another rating video, and this is rating the G.I. Joe Classified Part 4. This is number 61 through 80. So if you haven't caught the other 3, please take a second, go watch them, or hell, maybe just watch them after this. It's not like they need to be watched in a specific order. But what I am doing is I'm going through and I'm rating each figure as I see it fit for the time that it came out. Now, at this point, we're kind of getting to the point where it's only 2 years from when I'm recording this. So we've started to see a huge change. A lot of the original bucks have started to, I don't want to get phased out, but they started to introduce new bucks where there's way more pinless joints. The figures move better. They're a lot more freer when you're moving around. I think the articulation got to be a little bit better, and the design started to become way more classic and moved away from what they were trying to do with Operation Blackout and stuff like that. So anyway, we're gonna go through that. I want to hear what you think in the comments. I'd love to hear if you think that my rating system is pretty close to yours, or where you put some figures, because in all honesty, in this next 20, as I kind of already went through them, looking at it, there's not a lot of stinkers. There is one though, and I think we all know it once we get to it. There's no getting around it. But I really am trying to just kind of rate these figures of how they were when they were coming out, what the technology was. And again, if I go back early on to 1 through 20, you see a huge difference in what the actual figures were. But let's not waste any more time. Let's get into this. But before we do, if you like this type of content, you've liked this rating series that I've been doing, please take a second and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, then hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop another one of these videos. And number 61 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Kamakura, and as you can see, he is part of the Arashikage clan. But when this figure first came out, G.I. Joe had started to get popular again. And if I remember correctly, he caused a little bit of controversy as well. People didn't know who he was because he comes from the Devil's Due line of comics, not the Larry Hama, A Real American Hero line, and he was Snake Eye's protege. As you can see, he has the Arashikage tattoo on him. Now, He does come with a mix of weapons, as he's pretty much a mix of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. So he was a deluxe and he was an Amazon exclusive, which I remember thinking it didn't really need to be a deluxe. We didn't need all this stuff. But you can see that he does come with Snake Eyes classic Uzi. He also comes with a pistol. And then he comes with some swords, staffs, and different things like that, along with the extra head. Now the extra head is absolutely awesome, other than the fact that they have decided at this point to mess with the peg system for the ball joints for the head. So this head didn't fit on any of the older characters, as they used a bigger joint at that point. Now, this figure also, a lot of these weapons came from the Snake Eyes movie line, and it felt like they were just kind of packed in there to make him a deluxe. And I don't think people needed all of these weapons, especially ninja weapons at this point, as the ninjas seem to have a lot of different weapons, and none of these were really unique. All in all, he's actually a really good figure. He works a lot off of the Storm Shadow buck, and I really had no problem with him. And I love the fact that they were trying, and they still are trying, to grab figures, characters from other iterations other than just a real American hero. In the end, I looked at this figure and I did give him a rating of 7. Coming in at number 62 is Bazooka. And I remember this guy and people being mad about the Tiger Force 1 coming out first. And these two did come out really close to each other. I mean, extremely close. It probably wasn't the best timing. But you had to have a classic Bazooka. And here he is. And I don't remember Bazooka ever being considered this big. And frankly, it didn't bother me that they made him a big buck. I mean, this is a guy that's running around with a big bazooka and 4 rockets on his back. So looking at him, he really does have that classic look. He has that number 14 Patriots jersey. Shh, don't let the NFL know that. But a good figure, but there were some issues. Not saying that it were my issues, but other people did, and that was no straps for the backpack, and this bothered a lot of people. Imagination was the key when we were kids. Unfortunately, most of us in our 40s and 50s have lost the imagination. So people have a problem. They found other ways to create straps just to hold the vest on or make it look like it is. I did like the fact that they colored one of the rockets, kind of the Charlie Brown look, with the squiggle across it. The 14 here, now this is where they actually decided to do a different style buck. And this is the one with the diaphragm cut. And this is the one they should not have, because he has the 14. And when you move the diaphragm, rather than having an ab crunch, it breaks up the 14, as you can even see right here. Another issue that I had with this figure was not that he's a big buck, but they tried changing the boots to the legs. Now these legs, if I remember correctly, are the same legs that come with Gung Ho and Roadblock, but the boots were new and they never seemed to line up properly. It was actually something that I forgot to mention in the Tiger Force. So there's always seems to be a gap, and he always seems to have a problem standing. My other gripe that I kind of had was he didn't have any type of secondary weapon, not even a pistol, something they really should have done. Not a horrible figure, but also not the best figure that they did. So with all that said, at the end of the day, I took a look at this figure and I gave him a rating of 6. And number 63 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Outback. And yeah, there was controversy in this one too. A lot of controversy early on. And that had to do with Tiger Force Outback coming out first. Although I don't remember which one actually came out first, because that Tiger Force one took forever to hit the shelves. Either way, I talked about it with that one, that I think that's the best head sculpt they've ever done. I love it. I love the gray hair, which means that this face sculpt must be really good also, and it is. And the paint apps within the hair, making it look washed out, was awesome. The gun, still not the greatest gun in the world. The sling that's on it, which I think is iconic, it's just so hard on the actual weapon. It makes it hard to pose sometimes with him. But overall, this is a wonderful figure, and I've seen a lot of people do so many customs with this buck. One of the biggest issues that people had, I didn't have a problem, was a lot of people were really upset that the elbows were fainter than the rest of his arm. And you really had to be looking for it, in my personal opinion. But all in all, other than that, I didn't have any issues with this figure. When I look at him, he stands out that this is exactly what a reimagining of the original O-ring figure should be. He has the survival across his chest there. Wonderful big backpack, along with one of the best pistols they ever gave any of the classified. The shovel, all this stuff, and you just look at this figure and you're like, yep, that is Outback. In the end, I took a look at this guy and I gave him a rating of 8. And at number 64 comes Falcon. And I don't know what else can be said about this. We'll take a look, or you know what, let's not look at this guy's face, because he is by far the worst looking classified figure. And there's not even a second closest, to be 100% honest. And to the people that said, you know what, not everyone's a good looking guy, you know, not everyone looks good, the designers of G.I. Joe, the designers of the classified line hate this figure. There is a huge backstory to it that I cannot fully get into, but let's just say this is not how he was supposed to look, but he does, and that's what we got to judge. So anyway, we're going to skip over the face for right now. We're going to go to the buck, and I think this guy really hits a Vietnam-looking era buck. I love the backpack. I love the knife. That was something very iconic and classic with the figure, because he was one of the first that had a knife, and it also sheathed in. The antenna was something that everyone seemed to have lost. You get to the shotgun. It was a decent attempt, but the stock on it, I love the way that it flipped over, but it did not stay on very well. It really got in a lot of ways. They had also started to change the overlay, which gave him a lot more flexibility. You could pose this figure better, so I think he's a really good buck. Good beret, fits on his head, but getting to that face sculpt, oh my gosh, it is just so horrendous. And let's be honest, there's a lot that you're going to judge an action figure on, a figure of this magnitude, but a lot of it is how they look on their sculpts, and if it looks that bad, you just can't give it a high rating, right? It just, the ranking is going to be awful. So anyway, I look at this guy, his face is melting directly off him. I cannot say one good thing about it, other than if you do have a grunt, an extra grunt, you can pop the head off, put it on him, put the beret on. I think you need a little bit of sticky tack, and you actually have a pretty good looking Falcon. So in the end, as good as the buck I thought was, and the accessories weren't bad, I had to give this guy a rating of 4. And at number 65 is the Tiger Force Dusty. This was a Target exclusive. At this point, I don't remember people hating Target all that bad, as you were actually able to get most of these figures pretty easily, to be 100% honest. So looking at this guy, we had already gotten the first Dusty, which I thought was a really good figure. This is one that, well, as a kid, I was out of G.I. Joe by then, and a lot of people wondered, why would you have a desert guy that's basically in the jungles? And let's be honest, you can't always be in, in the deserts here. So this guy is just a complete repaint, weapons and accessories and everything. And I gotta say, I think I might like this one actually more than the original Dusty. But same things go with him. They give him 2 sets of goggles, and the smaller set of goggles can be put on backwards that now allow his helmet to not jiggle and move around. That is something that people didn't realize. And then you can put the big goggles on top. And they did this so you weren't stretching out the goggles that went on their head. To me, that was a really smart move. And if you're not a photographer, it probably means absolutely nothing to you. You have the FAMAS, which I absolutely love. I thought this was a really good weapon. And yes, as I mentioned on the other one, that is how the bipod on a FAMAS is supposed to go. And it's a bullpup, which means that the magazine is behind the grip, not in front of it. I don't know if there's any other figures that have that, or have this weapon in the G.I. Joe line. But anyway, going back to this figure, I'm not a huge fan of the paint, but I know a lot of people bought this figure and they stripped that paint off the face and they used this head sculpt for other figures. I believe Duke was used a lot for a lot of characters. Either way, other than the glossiness up top on his shirt, I thought this was a really good figure. And like I said, I actually like this one more than the original Dusty. And I loved Dusty as a kid. But there was something about this one that I think really did pop. So in the end, I looked at this figure and I gave him a rating of 7. And number 66 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is the Python Patrol Crimson Guard. And yes, I guess there was a little bit of controversy with this figure also. And that is because people said, how can he be a Crimson Guard if he's not the color crimson? As a kid, I never realized that crimson was referring to his color red. I just thought that was his name. So as I got out of G.I. Joe, I remember actually picking up almost all of the Python Patrol because I thought they were cool. It never even dawned on me. It didn't even dawn on me the color until a few years ago. I was at a toy shop with my son and he asked the question, how can it be a Crimson Guard if he's not the color red? And that's when it hit me. Anyway, to this actual figure, I talked about the original Crimson Guard in the Classified line, and I thought he was an almost perfect figure. This one I don't think is that far off. Looking at him, I think the reds, the yellows, and the grays, and the black just work so well together. I love the fact that on the M16, they put a crimson stock on it, and they have these little crimson accents to it. I love the sword. It sheaths in perfectly. The pistol is still one of the best pistols that that the Classified line has done. And I like the black backpack. I think it just really, really works. But all in all, from head to toe, I think he's almost perfect. I mentioned in the first one, their toes kind of go up, so sometimes they tend to rock. But they have this unique ability to put them in this like little running pose or moving pose, and I think it has to do with the toes. So in the end, I took a look at this figure, and my love for these Crimson Guard is just probably beyond most. So I gave him a rating of 9. Number 67 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Snow Job, and this was a Pulse exclusive. He was also a deluxe figure. But this is a figure that deserved to be a deluxe because of everything that he came with. So you can clearly see he has skis, he has snowshoes, but he is not a remake of the O-ring version, not the real American hero that we had as a kid. Looking at this figure, I think the browns and the grays work really well with the whites, and obviously the black skis and snowshoes work pretty well also. Although there were some people that had an issue thinking that why would a snow figure have black snowshoes and skis? Perhaps they're correct. All I know is it's an action figure. Everything that this figure comes with, I think he really works out. So you have skis and ski poles, just like the original. A very large backpack. This guy can house everything on his person, including the snowshoes, which do clip onto the back. He comes with the standard, they're the classic cartoon weapon, the laser rifle, but that was his original weapon to begin with. He also comes with a sniper rifle. Now, the sniper rifle kind of has a soft stock, but it actually works because this guy is an actual fairly bulky figure, and he's built into it, and I think that actually works to his advantage. He has one of the nicer pistols. At this point, they were making some pretty nice pistols because I mentioned it a couple of times. 2 alternate heads, goggles, a hood that goes up, or a piece that makes it look like the hood goes down, as you can see right there. And I absolutely love this figure if you can't figure it out. The other thing that I have done, and I've seen a lot of other people do, was you take this head right here, because let's be honest, there's not always going to be snow missions. Well, I took this head, I put it on a Tiger Force Recondo, an extra one. I removed the paint on him, and now I actually have a jungle version of Snow Job, and he looks absolutely awesome. So you can create a second figure out of this. But all in all, everything that this figure comes with. He was an exclusive, so he's actually gone up in price, which is also a plus. Not that I collect for price to go up, but I looked at this figure, and let's be honest, he was a 10 for sure. Number 68 in the G.I. Joe Classified line are the Valkyries. This was a 2-pack, a Hasbro Pulse exclusive, and rather than breaking them up, these figures were meant to be mixed and matched, so I'm doing them together. So as you can see, you had one that came with all black, and then you had one that came with all tan weapons. There was also alternate heads, so there's 3 different heads. This was meant to be an army builder and just so you can buy these 2 packs. So there's a gas mask for one of them. There's also 3 different helmets, if I am correct. You can have 2 just regular troopers, or you can have an actual officer with the chevron. Now, this small M4 style 203, I think it worked really well because they're smaller figures, so they fit on them really well. They also come with the classic cartoon Cobra weapon. Backpacks were nice and tiny, they fit well, and again, handguns that I thought were really nice. I like these figures. They come with all these blast effects. I'm not a huge fan of the blast effects. I've talked about this before. And yes, if someone notices, these may not be the exact same colors, as these continue to come with these multi-pack of figures. It's hard to tell which one goes to which, so I just threw up the ones that come with it, even if they're not the exact same colors. Anyway, I like these figures. You're just able to mix and match, create an army. They can all be the same. They could all be different. Also, one of the other things that I found that I think is actually pretty cool is if you do have a trouble bubble and you have one of the extra Televiper's heads, you can take the mechanical head, the actual mask, use some sticky tack, pop it on one of these figures, throw on the Televiper backpack, and you now have a female Televiper that's just a little bit different. You call her whatever you want. I know I have one of my figures positioned like that. One of the downsides I feel on these with these 2 packs is the price point. When you buy a multi-pack, they should cost less, not more. Not in Hasbro line, not in the G.I. Joe Classified line. This is a $55 price point, which I think should be $45 considering a regular figure costs $25. Just like anything, buy it in bulk, it should go down in price. So that kind of knocked it down, but I think these are wonderful bucks. These are wonderful figures, and if you're into having female figures or something that you really do need, in the end, I took a look at these figures and I gave them a rating of 7. And number 69 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is the Arctic Bat, and this may trigger a little bit of PTSD for people that have him on pre-order, for suppliers, toy stores that have been waiting for this. I was able to get 2 of them, as you can see, and I have to say, I absolutely love the bat, and the look on this figure is amazing, and even the artwork on the box where you can see an Easter egg of the Cobra Rattler. But when you get this figure, well, hopefully all the people that have been waiting, they'll be better than mine. This figure, unfortunately, is loose at the waist. That is ab crunch. He doesn't come with extra hands, and it seems during the molding process, whether they continue to use the same mold, some things had shrunk. So, unless you put his hand in the top of the back right there, if you try and put it up where it hangs down, it falls down. The chainsaw doesn't fit on other bats. It also doesn't fit in his backpack. His pegs for his head are different than other figures, and the chest plate doesn't fit on other bats. The one that is spinning around, the only unique one that we've gotten yet. And that is very, very disappointing in my personal opinion, because you can mix and match this figure with the Crimson Bat and the colors look awesome. But there's just so many issues that I have a problem with. His fingers are really thin like every other bat, and he comes with this sniper rifle that came with Masters of Disguise, Zartan. I think it is one of the worst rifles that they've made. I would take a Nerf gun over it in a heartbeat. The sling on it is too hard, and it's in the way. It just doesn't look good. Every single one of them is warped. Both my bats, my Master of Disguise, the one that comes with the new low light. I just absolutely hate this rifle. I love the bat. I gave it a 10. It was the first 10. But this figure, I just can't because there's too many downfalls and too many issues. So if you don't get them, you might not be that upset. But hopefully everyone that has been waiting, you'll be able to get them because, hey, everyone deserves to get every figure if possible. In the end, I gave this figure a rating of 6. And number 70 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Shipwreck, everyone's favorite sailor. And I look at this figure and I feel like they did do a pretty good job. I like the new pants that they had done, the new legs, where the boot cut is actually underneath the jeans. So when they turn, you don't really see any type of cut. He comes with a regular pistol. He does come with his grappling hook. He comes with his old style pistol, which I don't know if you really need it. I think it's more for ceremonial purposes. He does come with Polly, who has a peg leg, and I know a lot of people think that's kind of stupid, but I think it works because you can either peg it into the rope on his, on his shoulder, or you can put it onto his actual wrist. I do like the fact that they gave him an alternate hair piece, so he doesn't always have to be walking around with the sailor cap. I think that actually really works well. You could throw it on a different figure, make him, maybe make him more of a operator. All in all, it's a pretty good figure, a pretty good buck, but you don't really get a lot. This is kind of a point where we start to see them cut back on some figures, not having too much stuff where other figures had an absolute boatload of stuff. In the end, I look at this figure. I do think he looks good. I think the sculpt is good. Yes, he looks like Travis Moody from A Toy Kind of Mood. I gave him a rating of 7. Number 71 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Rock and Roll, and I really like what they did with this figure. They are mixing a lot of the 80s with a newer style of what the military looks like. And what I mean by that is when you look at his upper torso, the way they painted the shirt, it is what operators tend to wear today, but they gave him the old style machine gun. I know a lot of people wish they would have given him a saw. Maybe that would have worked, to be honest. But all in all, I think this one works, and we are getting a retro version. So if you're somebody that just wants the original OGs 13, then hey, you're going to get it. But they really lean into his surfer style. He's got the Hang 10 on his helmet, a newer style helmet. All right, he also has a bunch of tattoos. Again, I can take tattoos, I can take them or leave them, but I do like the Hang 10 hand that they did with the skull on it, and when you put it up to his mouth, it kind of looks like it's his mouth. They give you a belt of ammunition, or you can use the actual box that has ammunition in it. I try to make it look like all the ammunition that's wrapped around him is all one long belt, so I kind of just feed it up underneath it. I love the bipod and the way that it's made. It goes straight back, so it just kind of fits and looks sleek on the machine gun, but when it folds out, it's on an angle. You can do some wonderful poses with this figure. He has a nice pistol. Again, all in all, this is a very classic looking military style figure. A lot of people can customize just using that buck. But I have no argument with this, and I think they really hit the paint marks the way that a newer figure should look. In the end, I gave this guy a rating of 8. And at number 72 is Copperhead. And I know there was a lot of controversy and a lot of people mad that he doesn't come with the water moccasin. And I'll just flat out say it. I want to have the figures. I can't have all the vehicles. They're just going to be too big. With all that said, we hadn't gotten the big scale vehicles yet, so we didn't know how they were going to do. I have a feeling in the future we probably will see a water moccasin. So, looking at this figure, we're just going to lean into what he comes with. And I think that his design is really good. I like the colors. It really matches exactly what Copperhead was in the O-ring. Way more dark, not as, I don't want to say neon, but not as bright as the other one, which I'm perfectly fine with. I do think that they missed the mark on the weapons they gave him. So we're going to talk about what they gave him and what I think they should have given him. So they gave him this revolver with a scope on it, which is supposed to be a big boy, but I don't think it really is. And then you can kind of strap it into his back. He also comes with a sidearm, which unfortunately is an awful looking weapon. So I've been raving about the sidearms they've been given, the pistols, and now I have two that don't really look good. The other thing that I know that bothers a lot of people is on his overlay, he has a molded in pistol. Now this is actually kind of odd for G.I. Joe, as they haven't been doing stuff like this. And the unfortunate thing is someone like Recondo actually has a small pistol, and they could have reused that and created a different strap system, but they didn't. He also comes with a different blade. It is not a machete. I am assuming that it's probably something that they use in the swamps and stuff like that. That's really all that he comes with. Again, very light on accessories, and I think this was when they were still trying to justify their budget, so some figures would have less, other figures would have more. I think we're kind of past that, as they seem to be doing very well. Where I think they missed the mark is there is the Python Patrol version where he comes with an M16 with the 203. He comes with a leatherneck weapon. They really should have given him that. Now I'm just going to go ahead and grab one of my 3D printed weapons that I got from someone, and I'm going to throw that on there. But I think that was a huge miss, because this guy really should have some sort of rifle, in my opinion. He doesn't need two sidearms. Technically three if you talk about the one that is molded in. Have no problem with the blade. All in all, he is a good figure, but lacks on accessories. I gave him a rating of 7. And number 73 in the line is Torpedo. And this figure, they really hit the classic marks, but also did a little bit of updating to him. And I love the original O-ring, but let's take a look at this guy. So he has a nice oxygen mask. His backpack fits really well. And his eyes aren't clear. The mask isn't clear, not a big deal, but everything pegs directly back into it. They gave him bigger flippers than what he actually had in the original, with his original figure, where they were really short. Shorter than what actual divers use, but let's be honest, this is a toy and you can only do so much if you're going to be having flippers. You don't want them too long, it's just going to cause too many issues. He also has his spear gun, which is pretty classic. It's, I think, pretty close to what he actually had. I'm not really sure if you see operators using that when they're diving, going on missions. What I really do like is they did give him the small submachine gun, which I always like, because when you see any type of military operations, when they do operations like this in the water, when they're getting on boats, a lot of times they have much smaller weapons, because they're going to be in tight quarters. He has a removable knife, again, very nice. And we're going to see a lot more divers, because this buck can only be used so much. A matter of fact, at this stage, we've seen a lot. Eels, the diver. Now they're coming out with a 2-pack of divers for the mass device. So this is a good looking figure. I think the face sculpt is absolutely awesome. I would love to see them do a Torpedo where he doesn't have the wetsuit on, so you can actually see his hair and everything. They leaned into his Polynesian descent. I look at this figure. I think it was a home run. I gave him a rating of 9. And number 74 on the line is Scrap Iron. And what can you say about this? This was one of the ones that they really showed off so much, and I think it fit what was new. So they gave him his drone, and I did not add this as a vehicle, as no one can ride it. That is its own little thing. But looking at Scrap Iron, I think that they hit it on the mark on everything that he actually is. Right down to a wonderful face sculpt, which I will show right here. So when you're looking at this figure, again, he has the helmet, it fits on him. He has a nice little pistol. It is different than any other pistol that we have. He has his remote control for his drone, which does actuate up and down. It doesn't have moving treads, but it moves up and down, and it has rubber treads, so it looks like it actually works. He has the 2 rockets, and they give you 2 blast effects, which work absolutely amazing on this. One longer, one shorter, so they can be firing at different times. And then they give him 4 different blast effects around him, like either he's being hit or he's shooting at something. But the design on everything, I think, is absolutely amazing. They really didn't skip out here. My only gripe, and this is the little gripe, is that his automatic pistol in the O-ring was one of my favorite guns, and I was hoping they would redo that. But again, that's just something I wish I would have gotten. I'm not going to call it a complaint, because just looking at this figure right now as he spins around the productive Susan, I think he looks amazing. That's right. I gave this guy a rating of 10. In number 75 in the G.I. Joe Classified line comes Chuckles, and yes, he was the SDCC exclusive, and I know that bothered some people too. I never cared for Chuckles. Yes, obviously, I got him. And I have to say, when I was expecting very little, I was pretty pleased with this figure. So, looking at the packaging, I think they did a wonderful job. They do a great job when they want to of mixing in the SDCC to work with the PulseCon exclusive. And here in this one, I think they did that. But as for the figure, he uses a lot of old buck technology. He has pin joint legs, but everything else about him is actually pretty good. All right. So looking at his accessories that he does come with, he comes with binoculars. He comes with a briefcase. He comes with a manila folder that talks about the Crimson Bat. He comes with handcuffs. He comes with handcuffs that are broken. He comes with some really crappy glasses. Yes. Now, if you look at his side of his head, yes, the glasses are made to kind of just plug right into it, but they're bent, they're soft. To say I'm not a fan of it would be an understatement. He also comes with the only fists that have knuckle dusters or brass knuckles, whatever you want to call it. The other thing that he does come with is a tape recorder. And when you look at it, it is Soundwave from Transformers. And if you know, they own both properties, so they can do stuff like that. Now, he does come with a pistol and a shoulder harness. So I think that is actually pretty cool. And I guess I cannot leave out that he also comes with what we've never seen again, is his lei, like he's just been in Hawaii. Either way, a lot of accessories, along with the separate head where he's just got the crap beat out of him. A figure that I never cared for, but when I look at this figure, I actually really enjoyed him, and I thought he was way better than what I was expecting when it was shown off, because it was one of those figures where it was like, yep, I'm going to get him. I'm not going to like him. But I did. So in the end, with everything that he came with, I love the little Easter eggs and the world building. I gave Chuckles a rating of 7. And at number 6 is the Range Viper, and this was a Walmart exclusive. Now, Walmart became a really bad word, worse than what Target was early on. So here we are. We're taking a look at this figure, and I gotta say, I was never a fan of this as a kid. It was after my time, but I'd see it, and it looked like he had a big head, and I couldn't tell if they were trying to be like a zombie and have him have a brain. But this figure here proves that it is a helmet that's made to kind of look like a brain. He's clearly supposed to be pretty scary. I think they did do a really good job with this figure, and they made everything to be carried on his person. So he comes with this machine gun that has an ammo box that you can kind of throw on there. And then he also has an ammo belt that's wrapped around him. He comes with a grenade launcher, a backpack, and some sort of pickaxe. Now, a lot of people didn't realize, but when you look at it, and you can see on one of these that the Grenade launcher actually clips in underneath behind the backpack, which I think holds everything really, really well. And as you can see, you can get this figure in some pretty good positions. But the thing that they did for me was when I look at the helmet, it definitely gave me a feel, and I realized, okay, this is not a brain. This is not supposed to be some sort of weird zombie creature, which definitely made me happy because that's really what I want. I understand there can be some zombies, but I don't want an army of zombies that Cobra is controlling. In the end, I looked at this figure, very difficult to get, at least for a time. I gave him a rating of 7. And number 77 with the G.I. Joe Classified line is Big Ben, another Walmart exclusive, which again was a bad word in the collector community. But I look at this figure, I never had him as a kid, but I always liked the way that he looked, and I think he does a really good job. I think they did a good job of representing an SAS agent. Now, why they went with the Night Force, I'm not exactly sure, because I'm not sure how much they can change him to make him a regular standard version. Maybe they'll do a retro card. But I look at this guy, and I like what they did with him. I like the buck that they're using. It is a little bit bigger, but it's all molded onto him. So you're actually able to move the arms better, pose them better, the same way Snow Job worked, right? Now they do give him 3 different weapons. They give him the machine gun that you can see that has a built-in bipod that you might miss in the review like I did. He has an automatic pistol which is holstered right there, which I do think is good. And then they give him this M4 double-barreled. Now, I like the idea of a double-barreled M4, but I think it should be for a specific character. Like some Joe came across it, he just loves using the double-barreled. I think the weapon looks awesome. I only wish it would not have been a double-barreled one, considering that they're trying to use it as a base weapon for a lot of figures. It's not the worst thing in the world. I can always get rid of it. It does have a small little drop-down grip in the front, the handle, and that thing is going to get lost, so be careful. As you can see, mine right here does have a sling that I modified. I wasn't willing to take it off just to do this video because it's a pain to get back on. One thing that I do love about this figure, and I wish I would have got another one, is the removable head. And because he has this gas mask, it actually comes off from the neck. He's the only figure that I can remember as of right now that does that. So I wish I would have got another one so I could have him with the mask on, which I think looks absolutely wonderful. What I can say is that if you are collecting other figures, other lines, Operation Monster Force, that head will fit perfectly on one of them, so give it a try. In the end, I took a look at this figure. I think he's really good. I gave him a rating of 8. Coming in at number 78 for the G.I. Joe Classified line is Tripwire, and I do believe this guy was a Pulse exclusive, and he was also a deluxe. Now, I do believe that this guy fits what a deluxe should be. As you can see, there are 2 figures sitting there. No, I do not have 2 of them. I used a figure from another line to add all the accessories that he has on, because technically you can make 2 figures. So I think that this was a perfect way to give you a very classic looking Tripwire and also give you a modernized version if you want. Now, I never liked Tripwire as a kid. I didn't have him. He was one of the figures I actually opted not to get. But when I look at everything that he has, you can see the classic version that I have built right here. He comes with a very nice looking backpack that's like the original. It does come with 2 landmines. The problem is only one landmine fits on it, as there's a peg on the bottom. So you cannot peg it into the back, nor can you even put it on the ground like a landmine because it wobbles. You'd have to put it in dirt. Very disappointing. They give him a pistol, and they also give him a removable helmet, so you can remove the helmet and see his actual face. They give him a drone, so he can go out there and be an actual bomb disposal, along with the controller that you can see in the other figure's hands, and then a more modernized looking blast suit with the helmet, the neck piece. Again, I'm not sure if I'd want to survive if something like that happened. And then they also give him a rat named Absura. And from what I understand, they actually used to use rats to find mines back in the day. So it actually, or bombs, so it actually fit in. But this figure actually moves really well, especially for all the stuff that you have on it. They give you a bunch of stuff. And to me, it's not just useless stuff like the ninja stuff where they throw in all kinds of stuff. This is all stuff that can be used in a display, in photography, or used to make another character because you don't really need 2 tripwires. In the end, everything that he came with, being a figure that I didn't care about as a kid, I gave this guy a rating of 9. And at number 79 is the Televiper with Flight Pod. But as I said before in other videos, I am not reviewing these figures or ranking these figures with the vehicles. I will come back and do that later on. So we're just going to look at this figure and what he comes with. And what he comes with is 3 different head sculpts. Now I have to still talk about the Trouble Bubble, as they sold the vehicle with a figure, but they gave you an army builder. But it wasn't just like, hey, here's a whole bunch of white Televipers. They gave him a black face, and they also gave him a mechanized face, which I like because I can throw that on one of my Valkyries, and I can have a female version of a Televiper. She's her own character, and yes, I've done that. You can actually see it on my Instagram if you went there. It's somewhere in there. Anyway, back to this one here. I like what they did. They recreated his gun, which I'm still not sure exactly what it is. It emits sound, it receives sound, it shows pictures, it does all kinds of stuff. But it is very iconic and very classic of what he had as an O-ring. His suit is completely different, as he no longer has short sleeves. He no longer has short sleeves, because they want you to see the color of his skin, so it'd be easier to change out the face. And they also changed the vest on the figure. He doesn't have any secondary weapon. I think that's kind of a miss. They really should have some sort of sidearm, but who knows what the communication officers were doing back then. And technically, maybe this is a ray gun. I don't know. Either way, I look at this figure. He moves well. He articulates very well. And I love the colors. I think it really pops. I gave him and all his extra heads a rating of 8. And number 80 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Nunchuck. And this was another figure that I didn't have as a kid. I actually acquired one, or at least the buck of one, as he was announced. As I said, hey, you know what? I'd like to have it to compare it. But looking at this figure, I think they did a really nice job. They gave him some newer weapons. They gave him a couple nunchucks, and then they gave him his Wolverine claws, or something very similar that they're going to reuse numerous times going forward. Everything is able to be kept on his person. As you can see, the one nunchuck there is tucked away, and you can put the other one on there. He has sheaths for his swords, and then he also has his 2 claws, which he can wear and have at the same time. No weapons, as in like guns, for this figure, and I'm perfectly fine with that, as ninjas do not use them, even though technically they're not even real. But I love the look of this guy. I thought they really captured it really well. The greens work well. The camouflage is extremely nice. And the head sculpt is really good for what you can see. I can't have too many complaints about this. It added to the ninja line to a point where I was like, this actually works. And I'm happy to have them in my line. It's not just like, oh wow, look, they gave us a figure. Anyway, at the end of the day, looking at this figure, all the accessories that he comes with, how well he articulates and moves, I did give him a rating of 8. All right, so there you go. That is my rating of these figures. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Tell me in the comments, where did you rate a lot of these figures? Because I think for the most part, in my opinion, I think they were pretty spot on. A lot of people will rate things way higher than I did. Because they really like the figures, and I'm trying to look at it not just from the standpoint of the figure and how I felt about it as a kid and that they brought it back out, but how it actually worked. Did it have parts that broke? Did it look absolutely awful and never should have been released. There's 100 different things, but I want to hear what you guys have to say because it's all about the interaction here, right? I'm doing this for you guys because I love my Joes. You guys love it or you're not watching this. But there's also going to be a lot of people that are looking at this and they're like, wow, I'm just getting in the line. I missed a lot of these figures. Some people will be like, I didn't miss some of these figures. So, hey, just tell me in the description what you thought, where you rated some of these figures. Was I way off? Was I pretty spot on? I mean, I've been doing this for a little while now, and I think that my opinion is pretty close to what most people are. But I'm going to get out of here. Thank you very much for watching. If you haven't checked out the other ones, please head over there. Check out the episodes 1, 2, and 3, because this list is going to continue to go on to no longer classified, and I'll be doing some other ratings as we get a little bit deeper, because you're going to run out of figures to do with just classified, right? But it is time for me to bolt. Please take a second, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop something like this. But don't go anywhere, please. Right up here is going to be part 3, and down here is going to be a playlist to all the lists of things that I've done. Take care. Hi, and welcome to A Punk with Toys. My name is Lawrence, and today in part 5 of rating the G.I. Joe Classified, we're going from number 81 to 100, and there are a lot of good figures in this. There are some that I would say aren't so good, but I want to hear what you have to say, and I want to hear if you guys think that I'm kind of spot on. Again, this is a rating system. I'm not ranking the figures, I'm just giving them the rating from 0 to 10, and there have been no 0s, 1s, or 2s, or 3s even. I can't say there haven't been any 4s, and I can't say there won't be any 4s in this one. But I want to hear what you have to say. Again, this is just my opinion. It's no more valid than yours, or yours be more valid than mine. It's a fun little video to go over. Maybe you're going to see some figures that you're wondering, oh man, I missed out on that one. And some of you might be like, I did not miss out on that one. I'm glad I didn't pick it up. And hey, you know what? You may run back and go on eBay or wherever. You can get a lot of these still on Hasbro, Pulse, BBTS, Entertainment Earth, and places like that where you can still get a lot of these. But anyway, we're going to get into it. Please tell me in the comments what you thought. And when at the end, make sure you go back, if you haven't been watching this series, and watch, you know, episodes 1, 2, and 3, and 4, I guess, to see what I had to say about the other ones. But anyway, it's time to get into this. But before we do, if you haven't yet, please take a second, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and then hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop a video such as this where we go through and rate all of the figures. Number 81, we have the Cobra EO. Now this was an Amazon exclusive, and it didn't make people too happy because it really wasn't the easiest figure to get. But looking at this, I really like this figure, and again, we're going right back. It's using the exact same buck that Torpedo used, and you can really only use this for, let's say, divers. I'm not sure what else you could use most of this for, so we knew this one was going to come, and we know what else is going to be coming. But looking at this, they did a really good job of modernizing the backpack, which I really do like. I love that the mask actually has a is clear, so you can see his eyes through it, and then it has the nice hoses that connect to it. And on this one, I know a lot of people were looking at Torpedo's backpack, wondering how do you clip the weapons to it. Well, in actuality, it was meant to clip the jetpacks to it, or the water pack, whatever is going to be shooting off, so he can swim faster. He does have the exact same flippers. Again, decent. It's about as good as you can get for an action figure. Now here we come to the spear gun, and I think it was a complete miss not recreating the eel spear gun that he had as the Real American Hero, but that's okay because that's what the retro is for. Maybe. What they do miss on here, even though they do give him a knife, is they should have given him some sort of submachine gun the same way they gave Torpedo. That was a huge miss in my opinion, because let's be honest, he's not going to be breaking into any Joe base or attacking Joe with just this one little spear gun. So looking at him, his over articulation is really good. I like everything about him, other than the fact that he was an Amazon exclusive and not everyone could get him. I did give him a rating of 8. And number 82 of the G.I. Joe Classified line is the Crimson Strike Team. Baroness is the one we'll start off with. And I have to say, just the change of the articulation on her arms completely changes this figure. And yes, they should have at least done this with the retro one, unless if they didn't have the arms already done. But anyway, looking at this figure, she does use the same buck as the original Baroness that we got with the coil cycle and also with the retro carded one. But they updated her arms, so now she has double pinless joints, so she can actually hold the weapon, which is much better. She comes with 3 different head sculpts and 2 different hair pieces. So one of the head sculpts, as you can see, has that visor on it, and then she comes with 2 different other face head sculpts. One which is kind of like biting her lip, a pair of round glasses, and a pair of regular glasses. And then her 2 hair pieces, one looks like it's flowing in the wind and the other one is just hanging. She has those 2 awful pistols. She actually comes with the 2 Uzis with suppressors on it, gold weapons and the red suppressor. Now I swapped them because I just think the Crimson Twins look better with it, and this one she actually holds much better. She comes with 2 of the knives that she came with, and then also that snake gun. Looking at this figure, due to just the fact that they changed her arms, completely changes this figure, and I hope they do another version of the Baroness with those arms. Unfortunately, you cannot change the head with the old style, even though I have it sitting there because they're using 2 different head sizes. But looking at this figure as a complete whole, I did give her an 8 because I think this figure is really, really good. And the second and third part of this 3-piece Crimson Strike team is Xamot and Tomax. Now, on the last ones, I gotta say I really did enjoy these figures. The original ones and these ones are no different. They actually come with all the exact same accessories. Now, once again, I did mention that rather than giving them the MP, I gave them the Uzis. I think they just look better, and they do look a little bit more like their original O-ring weapons. They are gold with that red suppressor. They have the exact same Cobra knives, and I think this look is really good, but there was no update to them. Now, I don't know if they really needed to be updated because the fact that, well, the original ones were really good, but there was no update, no real change, nothing, no weapons given to them. Maybe change the legs, something that just made them a little bit different. So again, I put these in together because they do just mirror each other. I do like these figures, but I had to give them a rating of 6. But unfortunately, with the $90 price point of this whole set, and it is a wonderful looking set. You can see it in the background. It goes together with Chuckles. It looks like a briefcase. It opens up. It gives you fake gold bars. It's real nice, but you saw this thing go completely on clearance for about $50. And because of that, I had to give the overall package of this a rating of 6, even with a Baroness that I gave 8. And number 83 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is Tunnel Rat, and I think they did a real good job with this. This figure is shorter than the rest of them, which I think really does work out because from what I believe, in the lore, he's always been a little bit shorter. He is based off of Larry Hama. He does have the quad nod, so he has night vision, which I do think works considering he is a Tunnel Rat. He comes with a nice bullet belt. He comes with a satchel, and he also comes with a scarf. Now, what is most problematic about this guy is that if you try and put it all on at once, it bunches up, and it's really hard to pose him and actually get this big machine gun in position. He does come with a revolver. He comes with this big machine gun that has drop down bipod, which I do like. And that has been a question that a lot of people had. A big issue is this big machine gun. Well, I have listened to people talk that a lot of these tunnel rats would have these big machine guns and they would leave them at the end of the tunnel. So when they came out, they could just kind of do what they needed to do. They also use revolvers because it's going through the tunnels. And this is what I listened to some of them talk about. When they went through the tunnels, there was less chance of something jamming with a rather than a magazine with a revolver. So that is the reason. He has this big old backpack along with the 2 different torches, or lights is what they, I believe they were called torches, and the flashlights. I like this figure. You can get him in some pretty good poses, and I really do like the machine gun, although I do wonder, hey, why doesn't he have something like an M4? Either way, they really went retro with this, and this was before the retro line was like in full effect. So all in all, I had to look at this figure, and I really do like him, and I gave him a rating of 8. And number 84 comes Firefly. Now, we have already had a Firefly in this line. He was one of the Cobra Island ones, and people hated that figure. I still think it is a really good figure, but they wanted to give you a more classic one, and I'm perfectly fine with it. Again, the retro cards were not in full effect, and they didn't know if they were going to be going full force on them, so they gave you a pretty retro version of Firefly. Now, his backpack is a little bit different, but when you look at it, you kind of see everything that the original had. There's tools on it, different snippers, which I think really give off a nice vibe that, hey, this is the guy that's going to be walking around with tools. He also comes with 2 landmines that plug right into it that you can see on it. And he also has this RC car that I'm assuming you would think would have some sort of explosives on it, along with a pretty nicely detailed remote control for it. He does come with one of the worst weapons, unfortunately. It does plug in. It is not the one that I usually have on him, but it does plug in there. It also has a removable magazine and a suppressor that can also be used on his pistol. And as you can see, he's also rocking some of these dual type nods. They both have two different colored eyes on it, whatever you want to call it, glass lenses. But anyway, this was a really good figure, though they almost all suffer from a huge issue, and that is a very, very, very wobbly, shaky waist. Now, it is on a ratchet system, so it doesn't really cause too many issues. I have no problem standing him, but almost every single one that I have seen, this guy will shake completely, and because of that, it really takes a step back. So in the end, I gave this figure a rating of 9. It would have been a 10 if that waist just wasn't so bad. And at number 85 is the Crimson Viper, and I know a lot of people have a problem with this Crimson sub-team. They don't like that there's a bat, an alley Viper. They think, hey, this should just be the Crimson Guard, but I really like it. I think it really does work, and now you have the whole Crimson Guards, the whole Crimson Twins, Zaymon and Tomax, that have their own sub-team, and I like it. Now, I really did like the Viper, but this one, like that one, does suffer from the exact same things, and that is kind of like the wobbly legs. They didn't seem to really fit it. But looking at this figure, he does come with that standard weapon. It's this really awkward gray that I really don't think is all that good. It does look decent enough. I think the backpack gray actually works pretty well, and I like the red, the black, the white that's all mixed in. He does have a different type of goggles where it has the actual silver in the middle. They still don't stay that well on the head. They should have just molded them on, nor do they really need them. He still has that awful pistol. I just want that thing completely gone, just be done with. You can remove his gauntlets just like the other figures, and yes, unlike the 3-pack, these guys are all the exact same color of their neck and their forearms if you want to take it off. Either way, I've gone over this figure multiple times. I think they're all real good, and I can't dislike this one all that much. In the end, because they didn't make any updates to him, and the original one I had at a 7, I put this guy at a rating of 6. And number 86 is Lowlight, and wow, there are so many good things to say about this. So first off, we'll just start at, they really went classic with him, but not to the point where they used the same weapons and everything that he had before. So anyway, looking at him, he does have removable goggles so we can see his face. And the G.I. Joe team did talk about how they tried to make it look like he had some really big bags under his eyes because he's always working at night, not sleeping very much. He does have this very peculiar submachine gun, which I've really come to like. He had a submachine gun in the original O-ring, and I thought it was something that he needed, as a sniper has to have some sort of other weapon. It does have a removable magazine. Has a device so he can check the wind, obviously as a sniper. But looking at him, the biggest thing that he does come with is a really nice case for a sniper rifle that does break down. Now, it is smaller. You look at it, you can see pouches, you can see detail on it. And when you take that rifle out, it has a suppressor on it, it has a bipod, it has the scope, and it actually fits pretty well. The biggest problem with it, and this was a problem at this time with the G.I. Joe Classified line, actually all of Hasbro, is that the weapons tended to be a little soft and would warp. But while it sits in the case, it actually works pretty well. It does have a slight bend. It is unfortunate, so you kind of have to heat it up, straighten it out before you can aim anywhere. Or else it's going to start to sag, especially with the suppressor, which adds so much weight to it. But when you look at the backpack, and I'm not a big fan of how they made it, so you can actually peg the case onto the backpack. That's just too big and it looks really stupid. Although you could peg the back of the case onto him, like he just has a sling over that for it. But looking at this figure, I am so happy with this figure. It'd be hard to make him any better. I looked at him and I did give him a rating of 9. And number 87 comes Grunt. And I said this when this figure came out. They found a way to make maybe the boringest G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero figure, into being very exciting. So we'll quickly take a look at everything that he comes with. And as you can see, he is very updated with an M16 with a scope. And I know this M16 really bugged a lot of people. I'm not sure exactly why. It may not be exactly what an M16 looks like, but it is close enough. He comes with a real nice plate carrier that has his name Graves upon it. Again, that bothered some people because of the extra helmet to make him an army builder. But it does have this little tablet that lays down so he can kind of look over everything, get directions, what's going on. And this is something that they really use, and I think it looks real good. Nice helmet. I think it fits pretty well. Again, the standard sidearm and everything. Nice little backpack that kind of reminds me of what the original had. But what they did was, so you could make this an army builder, they gave him a steel core head, which is probably the best looking steel core head that they came out with, along with the laser rifle from the cartoon. And I know this is something that they have said everyone, or people have been saying every single one of these figures should come with it. I don't fully agree with that, but I will say this. By the end of the classified line, there will be so many of these laser rifles, you're not going to have to ask that anymore because a lot of the figures are going to come with it. But they took a figure, made him very military, and he can be in either name character or just an army builder. And there was also, for a short amount of time, that Target had him marked for $12.50 when he first came out, and people snatched it up for customs or just an army build. But either way, I looked at this figure. They found a way to make a very boring, a Real American Hero figure, one of the best figures of the year. And because of that, I had to give Grunt a rating of 9. And number 88 in the line is Vipra, part of the Python Patrol. Now, I don't remember this figure, this character. I believe this character was an actual character. And this was one of those ones that when I first saw it, I said, why, and I'm not sure if it's ever changed. But I will say, looking at it, she does use the Akiko body for the most part. They did change her feet, which is much better because no one really wanted those high heels on Akiko. She uses Storm Shadow's backpack. The swords are nice. I love the fact that the bow and arrow clips onto it. And in the quiver, you can store one arrow. She does come with a mask, so you can throw that over her. But she is in this very ugly python outfit. I'm not a fan of this figure at all. It is great if you love your ninjas. It is great if you love your Python Patrol. I'm not sure that anyone loves them all that much that they were like, hey, I need a Vipera, but I do understand how this works, that they have to reuse molds, they have to make their money back to increase their budget for the upcoming waves, for the upcoming year and different things like this. In the end, I looked at this figure and I gave it a rating of 4. And number 89 is the Tiger Force Flint. Now, this guy did come out when Viper came out. It was kind of like this little 2-figure wave, and I have to say, this was a figure that I said, why? A lot of people like this figure. A lot of people said once you removed the camouflage from his face, it was better. I look at this figure and it looks like he's trying to wear some type of Zorro mask. It does not look good. It is not a good look. And even though I think that this is a good face sculpt, this is completely and utterly ruined by the paint that's on it. Now, what I did like about this figure is that rather than give him just the standard stuff that Flint came with, they gave him Rakondo's knife and also his gun along with his regular gun, because, well, it would be kind of ridiculous to have that big piece on the back to hold the shotgun with the same gear up front. Now, I have no issues with them trying to do this. I just really cannot stand the way that he looks. I don't think that the brown and the greens go together. But all in all, it's an actual pretty good figure, but I already have him. So if you're going to make a repaint of it, for me, I want something that makes me say, hey, you know what? I already have this figure. I think it's perfectly fine. But I like this. He stands out. And unfortunately, he does stand out. But I don't think he stands out in a really good way. So anyway, looking at this figure, Target exclusive, I gave Tiger Force Flint a rating of 4. And number 90 is Shooter, and she is part of Night Force. And Shooter goes back to having a very weird story. She technically is part of the original 13 G.I. Joe. It is shown Shooter in one of the early panels of the comic, but they never show the face. And technically it is supposed to be a man, if I am correct. But they decided to change it because no one ever saw it. Have no problem with that. And I do like the fact that they are trying to create some new characters. I wish they would do it more often. But we're going to look at this figure, and I have to say there is some good and there is some bad. Let's just start off with the bad, and that is the sniper rifle, which is one of the worst guns. I've never seen one that is straight. It is soft and flimsy. It is way too big for her, and I understand that when you're looking at these big sniper rifles, that is how they are. But due to the way that the action figure moves, it doesn't work real well with her. Now, she does have a backpack, which I couldn't find, that just holds the gun on it. She has these weird shoes. I don't know why she's wearing tennis shoes. It doesn't look good. She has a nice little pistol. I have no problem with it. I don't believe that we have seen it since. She has multiple head options. So you can have the gas mask. You can also have a regular face. And she has 2 different hairstyles. Again, I think it looks really well. I like what they did with the look of her. The shoes are something I just don't fully understand. I don't think it looks real good, and I think this sniper rifle is a complete waste. I think that you would have been better off using someone like Lowlight's rifle. Unfortunately, some of these sniper rifles that they've had have not been all that well. Maybe they could have gone and used snow jobs. I don't know. The other thing is that it has this really weird gray that I talked about earlier, and it is something that I've heard other people talk about too, saying that the color just doesn't make a lot of sense. And it looks like this is where they were kind of skimping out. Maybe the budget wasn't there, so this is what they had to do. They couldn't put any paint apps on it. They couldn't change the color. But either way, this is a good figure as in a new character. Head sculpt is good, but the weapons leave a lot to be lacking. And the feet, which do work perfectly fine. Unfortunately, I think those shoes look absolutely awful. Because of that and all the other things, I had to give this figure a rating of 5. And number 91 in the G.I. Joe Classified line is the Crimson Alley Viper. And I have to say, I like this one more than the original. He comes with all the exact same pieces as the original Alley Viper. But let's be honest, this Crimson Red and Black just look better than the orange and blue, and I really have no problem with it. But we're going to take a look at this figure. He does come with this wonderful riot shield, which does work really well. On the inside, it does have a little bit of a heads-up display. He does come with 2 different knives that sheath into, I think there's one on his vest. There's also one on his forearm. He comes with an automatic shotgun, and yes, that's what it is. And then he does come with his classic submachine gun that is a bullpup type. They use the same magazine, so I guess technically that makes that a shotgun, or using shotgun shells also. His backpack has the grappling hook that connects to it. Now on his visor, the one thing that I really do like is that it has that biohazard symbol on it. This is one of the guys that is in the trenches, probably keeping all these mole rats in line so they do what they're supposed to, because it is building up this Energon universe, this Energon story, which is what I believe most of these figures are now being used at in the comic line. No matter how you look at it, this was a good figure to begin with. I think these colors are actually better than normal compared to the original Alley Viper, so I gave this figure a rating of 7. And number 92 comes Desert Commando Snake Eyes. And I know there were people that hated this figure. And what I don't understand is when people say Snake Eyes is always black. He hasn't always been black. A matter of fact, version 4, which is blue and black and I think red, is one of the more common ones that you see, and they've made that a lot. But looking at this figure, I have no problem with it. I think he actually looks pretty good, and I've heard a lot of other people say the same thing. Now, he is just a repaint of version 00 Snake Eyes and the 03 Snake Eyes, and so on. We've seen this numerous times. He comes with his classic Uzi with suppressor, along with the sidearm on the side. He has the knife, and he has his knife that sheaths in nicely. He has the backpack, and he has his Arashikage sword also, which can also be plugged either into his back if you don't want to use the backpack, or into the back. But he does come with a separate sword. Now, if you remember, if you recall, and I will leave a link to all these videos in the description, when I got this figure, the Arashikage sword was bent like a boomerang. I mean, it was a complete circle. I'd never seen anything so bad. Again, this is when the weapons were extremely soft. You had to heat them up, and even after you heat them up, I don't know if it really helps. But I will say this, after putting it in the sheath and leaving it in there for a while, I probably should have taken it out to show you. It is pretty straight. It did straighten out on its own in that sheath. This one here I never had a problem with, but you can go back, click it, watch it, and you'll see exactly how bad it was. But in the end, I looked at this figure, And did we need another Snake Eyes? No, but they were giving us a lot of new characters, so I'm perfectly fine with it. I gave this figure a rating of 6. And number 93 in the line is the Hasbro Pulse exclusive Snow Serpent. And this was a deluxe figure, and he's an army builder, and a lot of people didn't get him, and it made a lot of people mad. But we're going to take a look at what he came with. And we're starting off with the 2 sidearms that he has, which I really do like. They're small little pistols. He comes with the M4 style rifle that has the 203 on it. Again, a little small form, works very well with the Valkyries and females, but it actually isn't as small as you might think when you're actually putting it on the figure and posing him. He comes with the laser rifle that was made famous in the G.I. Joe cartoon for Cobra. He also comes with a regular backpack, which I forgot to put in here as it was put to the side and I just completely forgot about it. He comes with bazooka backpack with his 4 missiles and the bazooka. Now if you look closely, you can see on the bottom there's 2 little hooks. Now that is for the bazooka. It also can hold his snowshoes. Now the snowshoes are real nice. They're more modern style snowshoes. He has this wolf pelt that kind of drapes all the way down, which I do like. It gives him character. You can make him also your commander. This goes all the way back to the army building that I talked about. He also does come with a snowboard, and it has some detail on the bottom like this digital camouflage and the Cobra symbol. I made mention and people kind of laughed at me about it. I skate regular. This is goofy, and my mind cannot change it to where I could see somebody skating goofy. I can't see myself. It is switched for me, so I will never use it. And I would, he also has his goggles, so you can take the goggles off. Again, it all looks really good. But I would be wrong not to admit or not talk about the little knife that he came with that had no purpose, no place to sheath. It was just a small knife thrown in there. Very comical because many of us reviewers talked about it and joked about it. In the end, I looked at this figure, everything that he came with, and I gave him a rating of 9. Number 94 in the line is Mole Rat, and this is one of the original figures that they've made for the G.I. Joe Classified line, and I love it. I hope they continue because as they create new characters, it means that this line is doing well, and I want this line to go on for years and years to come. But looking at this figure, he comes with an awful lot, but we will start with what he is doing, and he is basically drilling. He is searching for Energon for Cobra. So when he is fully loaded up, you can see his mask. He has a ventilator on it, an oxygen backpack. But when it gets exposed, he gets exposed to Energon and he becomes some sort of a zombified character. So he does come with a Geiger counter. He comes with like a cylinder that looks like it is actually carrying Energon. And he also comes with his weapon, which is a drill, but you can also pop off the front and replace it with some sort of weapon. And what is cool is that they both will connect into the side of the backpack, so if you don't have him zombified, you don't have to worry about it. But one of the other things that he does is actually pretty cool, and Lenny did talk about it, and that is parts of him glow in the dark. So you can see the eyes glow in the dark, and you can see that the exposed face, it also glows in the dark. This is something Lenny talked about. Also, the cylinder that holds the Energon, that also glows in the dark. And again, I think it is just a nice little fun play feature, and hopefully we'll get some more stuff like this to come. Now, with all that said, with everything that I showed you, I like this character. He is something different. He really isn't a Viper. His name is not on it. He is an actual worker bee here. He is drilling. He is a mole rat. I gave him a rating of 8. And number 95 is the Steel Corps Troopers, and there's a female and a male, and we'll start with the female first. And I have to say, it's nice to finally get some troopers. Unfortunately, we don't have green shirts yet, but they're going hard with the Steel Corps. And yes, we know they are really just Steel Brigade. They just no longer own those rights. Looking at this figure, I'm glad they did something like this, but it feels like when this came out, this was something that was supposed to come out a long time before, but got pushed back in production due to the restraints of no double joints on the female, which makes it really hard for her to handle any of these weapons. They come with 3 different rifles. One can be set up as a sniper. The other one has a 203 on it. One doesn't have a stock, so it's easier for them to carry. They also both come with 2 different head sculpts, or 2 different helmets. One seems more for the jetpack. The other one seems more if they're on the ground. The jetpacks are really nice. They look just like what we had as a real American hero, and they also have blast effects that go onto it. They come with all the exact same blast effects that we got with some of the other figures, some of the other 2-packs. I'm not a huge fan of, but you can see them all out there. Now, they may not be the original ones, but again, they're the exact same ones. Some are just painted a little bit different. Also comes with that awful pistol that I continue to talk about. So due to the fact that this looks like it was an old buck or old design that should have come out sooner but got pushed back, no double joints, which again, it restricts the articulation, especially with the females. I couldn't give this figure anything more than a 5. Now onto the male steel core figure, and as you can see, he still has the exact same stuff, the same style mask. So he has 2 different helmets. One looks like if they're on the ground, and the other one looks like if he's taking flight. Same backpack, same blast effects, and you're able to swap these weapons around however you see fit. But again, I would say start with the female and see what gun fits her the best. Still with the same sidearm problem that I really can't stand. Now, going back to what I was saying about that, this looks like this was an old design that got pushed back, and that's the reason why it came out. He's using parts from the old bucks. He has pin joints, and when they put all the different figures together, he comes off short. Now, I don't have a problem with short figures, especially someone who stands at 5'4" on a good day, and I've discussed this, but when you look at this figure, it just feels like he probably should have been a little bit bigger, especially when you're putting him next to the female figure, who you would expect him to be a little bit taller than. Either way, there was a better steel core figure that comes out later on, but I looked at this, and just like the female, I had to give him a rating of 5. And number 96 is Python Patrol Copperhead, and I don't know what there is really to say about this after we've already gone over Copperhead, except for he's in Python Patrol colors, which I don't think are that bad. I think they really fit him pretty well, but he's not the classic look. So he comes with all the exact same accessories. He comes with the big 44 Magnum pistol with the scope on it. He comes with the other really ugly revolver. They both can kind of strap into him. He comes with the big knife that he can sheath onto the side, which again, it does work for him for the most part. I do think that this may be something for cutting through swamps or in the water, as we're kind of seeing it with a new diver that's coming out very shortly. But looking at this figure, he's not that bad, but I'm going to say it again. They missed a great opportunity of giving him an M16 with the 203 on it. This was something that he actually came with in the original Python Patrol, and he just should have had more. This is where I feel like they were finding budgetary cuts. They were able to cut the budget here, knowing that this is a named character that people were going to want. Again, he doesn't look bad, but I don't know if you need it unless you really love the Python Patrol, if you already have Copperhead. So anyway, in the end, I took a look at this figure. Decent figure, actually good figure. I gave him a rating of 6. And number 97 is the Python Patrol Cobra Officer. And I know what you're asking, didn't we already have this? Well, the answer is yes and no. So, in the original G.I. Joe Real American Hero line, they somehow messed up the naming of them by calling the Python Patrol Officer the Trooper and vice versa. And I believe this was something that they wanted to rectify when they did this, but they weren't allowed to. They had already gone into printing and they wouldn't let them change it. I don't fully understand it as a convoluted story, but either way, we have another Cobra officer, and I have to say, I really like this. So what you can see next to it is another Cobra officer that I have, just a plain one, but he has a secondary face, and this has a red mask, and it is a black character, and I just think that it works so well, and you pop that helmet on him, and I think it looks awesome. With this figure, this color scheme actually looks way better than the first one that came out. I like the green with the black, and I really like the gray. It just pops. He has all the same stuff that the Cobra officer comes with, including the AK-47, or maybe it's an AK-74. I don't really know. It has the submachine gun that can use the exact same magazine, so it comes with 2 magazines. It comes with the light that goes on the side. He comes with that really weird pistol that I will never use. And he also does come with a knife that sheaths in. And he also comes with the original Cobra Island Trooper mask, which I really do like. And I like the fact that they also have the other one. And I think it's great that I'm able to throw this on the Cobra officer. And he's basically my Cobra commander, or one of my Cobra commanders' main officer. I think it just works because it distinctly says who he is. So anyway, I looked at this figure. I love this color scheme. I love the Cobra officer. I had to go out on a limb there, and I gave him a rating of 8. And number 98 is the Python Patrol Televiper with Cobra Flight Pod. But once again, I am not rating this figure with the Trouble Bubble. I am rating this figure by itself. I will come back and I will rate the G.I. Joe classified vehicles later on. Looking at this figure, he is everything that comes with the original one. 3 different head sculpts, a white face, a black face, and also it could be a robotic face, but it's more of a mask face. He comes with his classic backpack with the tubing that goes directly to whatever type of gun this is. He has the Python Patrol yellow and gray aesthetic. I think it looks pretty good. I like the poppiness of it. I'm not sure this is what you want to do, but let's be honest. I don't think Cobra really cared too much what they were doing with their figures, and not their figures, their troops, right? They put them in some pretty awful colors, just I guess hoping they wouldn't get slaughtered out there. All in all, it's not a bad figure at all. I really like the Televiper. I think more people bought this so they could customize that Trouble Bubble. And the other thing was, if I remember correctly, when this came out, it was originally priced $10 cheaper at a $45 price point by accident. Emily even mentioned that, yes, it was accidentally marked, so just enjoy it. So either way, decent looking figure, not the worst. If you love Python Patrol, you're gonna love this figure. In the end, I gave this figure, because overall he's a good figure, a rating of 7. And number 99 comes from the Hiss HasLab, and that is the Hiss Driver. And I feel like they nailed it with this figure. You look at him, and he looks like he is exactly what you would have gotten in the O-ring. I love the reds. I love the black. And I cannot believe we haven't gotten another version of this figure yet, as they've never used this mold again since this HasLab. So looking at him, he does come with 2 separate sets of hands. One is punching hands, and Lenny talked about it where he has kind of like these MMA gloves. I believe he has this Vector submachine gun, which has a nice looking bayonet on it. I guess that makes sense for something that Cobra would do. And he also comes with a small pistol. I think it looks really good. You can see, looking at the box, it is a different design, and I'm glad they did something special with all the HasLabs so far, because it is something that you're never going to be able to get again, right? This is something that we crowdfunded, and this is a figure that we should never have to see this exact same color again. Something needs to change, and so far they've held up with it. All in all, I look at this figure, I am so happy with it. I love the design. He is a bigger figure. This is the guy that is ready to kick some Joe ass. I give him a rating of 10. And number 100 from the Hiss HasLab also was the Hiss Tactician. Now, if you remember from this was one of the things we got to vote on, that if we were able to get this figure, and we were able to vote on 5 different colors. So when they went back and they were looking at doing these figures, and they were looking at the Real American Hero line, they found Ron Rudat had come up with different colors, different color schemes for the Hiss driver, and he ultimately went with the red. They gave you different ones like purple, blue, and then they gave you this black with red. This was what got voted on. You can see on the artwork on the card, it is Ron Rudat's signature, and no, that is not his actual signature that he put on it. It is just photocopied into the actual picture. So looking at him, he comes with the exact same things that the Hiss driver does, including 2 different hands to punch. Again, they're supposed to be these MMA gloves. Here you can actually see the sidearm that they come with, which I said I really do like. The Vector style submachine gun with bayonet. So if this guy is out there and he's trying to fix the Hiss when it breaks down and G.I. Joe shows up, he's got to be able to fight. He is a bigger figure, but I like the black scheme. There wasn't a bad looking color scheme, to be 100% honest. But this was ultimately what they voted on. I voted on the purple. I'm not going to lie. But this figure here, I think they did a wonderful job. And when you look back at what I gave the Hiss driver, you can probably figure out what I'm going to give this, because this is something special. This was going back and looking at what they did. Ron Rudat came on. He did the artwork. I love the fact that they did this. In the end, just like the Hiss driver, I had to give the Hiss Tactician a rating of 10. Alright, so there you go. That is my rating of 81 through 100. Please tell me in the comments what you think, what I got right, what I got wrong. But once again, there's no right and no wrong answer. You may like a figure that I think is absolute trash, and vice versa. My opinion is no more valid than your opinion is of mine. It's just what they are, but who knows? Talking in the comments, maybe someone from the G.I. Joe team, maybe someone from Hasbro, maybe just other toy designers, toy makers are watching this, they're reading through it, and they're like, hey, you know what? Seems like people like something like this. Maybe we should do it. Or maybe they're saying, hey, you know what? It looks like people don't like this. Let's avoid this altogether. But we'll come back to that later and see if we have a better grasp on it. Who knows? But anyway, please tell me what it is that you thought. What I am going to do is I'm going to ask you guys, you stayed this on, take a second, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification so you're notified every time I drop a video like this. But if you missed the other ones, what I am going to do is I'm going to leave the link right here to episode 4, and down here is a playlist of all the rating videos that I've done. Take care.